Weird. Okay, fine. Okay, so that's that. So, colleagues, I thought it would be worth just setting out for everybody, particularly those millions of people who have been trying to watch online but can't, what we do. So, as I said, I'm Gerald Fern-Jackson. I'm Councillor for Milton, and I'm chair of this committee. This committee is a committee of the City Council. It's made up of councillors from across the city and from different political parties. Decisions of the committee must be made and based on the judgment of individuals and can't be politically controlled or whipped by political parties. It's not allowed by law. The planning system is prescribed by law. It's guided by national planning policy defined by government. Each council produces its own local plan, which must be in line with government policy and approved by a government planning inspector. The decisions of this committee should be made in accordance with that plan and other locally produced plans. The decisions of the council are subject to appeal if the applicant disagrees with the decision this committee reaches. If an appeal is made, a government planning inspector will assess the council's decision-making against national policies and the policies of the local plan. If they decide it's not in conflict with national or local planning policies, they can override the decision of this committee and grant planning permission, whatever we think locally. It's important, therefore, the decisions made are robust and reasonable in all respects. Decisions of this committee deemed as unreasonable by the government planning inspector can result in the council, and therefore council taxpayers, having to pay the full cost of the developers on such appeals. Therefore, we ask the members of the committee to consider each application on its own merits and seek to approve these applications that comply with national and local policy without delay. I hope that's useful in setting up the context. Okay, let's go through the agenda. Colleagues, are there any apologies? I can't see anybody who isn't here.
I haven't received any, and I believe the live stream is now working, Councillor.
Hurrah. Well, welcome to the millions watching around the city. Secondly, we then go for any declarations of interest that people need to, that councillors on the committee need to declare. Councillor Mason.
I think it's worth putting on record that in the 6 years since we considered the sports field, yeah, I have spoken to the city councillors for that ward and people in that ward about that a number of times. I have, however, come to this application with a completely open mind.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No, I suppose I need to declare that I was on the planning committee when the Moneyfields development came first or beforehand, and therefore the decision that we're looking to review was one that I was involved with. But again, as Hugh Mason says, I've come to this with an open mind.
I come to this with an open mind, but I was on the committee that made the original decisions too.
Lovely. Okay, any other declarations of interest? No. Okay.
Chair?
Oh, sorry. Peter?
Quite small.
You are?
The first item on the agenda, Moneyfields, includes discussion of car parking, and I am the Cabinet member for transport, but I approach this with an open mind.
Okay, thank you. Okay, minutes of the previous meeting. I wasn't here, so I can't propose them. Councillor Atwell. You were.
I'm happy to propose. They're an accurate record of what happened.
Mayor, Councillor Valley, are you happy to second that?
Happy to second.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, are you happy with the minutes of the previous meeting? Okay, let's move along. So we then get to our first major application. And I think as I'm going to do Moneyfields first. It's first on the agenda, and I think we've got quite a few people here who are wanting to come and look at this. So let's go through and do Moneyfields. Edward.
Thank you, Chair. This application is before you. It's an application to vary conditions 2 approved drawings, 13 parking and 31 Briam of application reference 1800500057 FUL in order to amend lighting, design details, internal configuration of the clubhouse and northern boundary fencing details, requirement for formal BREEAM certification and the replacement of the requirement to provide an overnight parking scheme with a requirement to provide a parking management plan upon completion of the Sports and Social Club. The case officer, Ed Lee, is here today, and he will present the item to you. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go skip to the first. Yeah, please. I think you've got to make it full screen on there.
Mr. Chairman, could I request that the members who are talking make sure the microphone is pointed straight at their mouths, because I found it very difficult to hear what Edward is saying.
Okay, we'll try to be good.
Thank you very much.
And speaking to the microphones loudly and clearly. I think we have a slight technical hitch here. That's all right. I'm sorry, we have to wait for a moment.
Thanks. So, just to give a bit of background on this application, just to set the scene, permission was originally granted in 2019 following a committee meeting in 2018 for the construction of a community facility and a part single and part two-storey building to accommodate the Sports and Social Club. And that also included a housing development of 26 dwellings in a three-storey building and 12 four-bedroom dwelling houses. Permission was exceptionally granted in this instance, despite the loss of outdoor sports area and the lack of affordable housing, because the balance was struck that the addition of housing on site would fund the provision of new and improved sports facilities, which is a high-quality community asset. So a further permission was granted in 2019, and that was for the replacement of an existing grass pitch with a playing surface for the first team, which was a new 3G pitch, but that doesn't affect this application. So during the construction process, the developer donated the sports facilities to PRTC, Pompey and the Community, and they're a charitable organisation. So with this, PRTC also took on the requirements of the conditions and the Section 106 agreement for the whole site, so that includes the housing. While the plan pictures and much of the exterior of the clubhouse have been completed, if you can skip to the next slide, please. As you can see on that slide, there have been financial difficulties with regards to the interior fit out, hence this application. So PRTC are now proposing for the fit out of the clubhouse to be divided into 3 stages, which would be more manageable and allow for parts of the clubhouse to be used while others are still under construction. The intention eventually is for the clubhouse to be completed, but it's not realistic in the short term, unfortunately. The staging, as well as some minor external alterations, come as a result of the financial difficulties and also some building regs requirements. There needs to be some internal rejigging as well. There was a slight encroachment into the allotments to the north. That's generally just scrub land, and we've spoken to the parks manager, who is satisfied that there's not going to be a loss of any usable allotment space. So the financial difficulties are also causing issues with regards to compliance with some of the conditions. So firstly, condition 13 required the provision of an overnight parking scheme for local residents. The nature of that would likely include the use of ANPR cameras and automatic barriers and a management system, which is going to cost quite a lot of money. Due to the costs that would be incurred through operating such a scheme, PRTC have stated that they think they'll be unable to comply with this condition due to the rising costs of finishing the clubhouse. And also they can't comply with this condition because it was a pre-commencement condition, and the clubhouse and the sports facilities have been used now, so it's impossible to comply with the original condition. So the proposed new condition would be, prior to the completion of fit-out stage 3 of the clubhouse in accordance with the approved plans, a parking management plan shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the LPA. The plan shall then be implemented and complied with thereafter. So that's different to the original condition insofar as it doesn't specify an overnight parking scheme, it doesn't specify the times that need to be complied with, but it doesn't necessarily preclude that an overnight parking scheme could be included in the new plan. So we're not looking at necessarily getting rid of the possibility of an overnight parking scheme, we're simply allowing slightly more flexibility and also changing the trigger points so that PITC are physically able to comply with the condition now. So yeah, PITC can't comply with the condition as it is because the use has already started. The new use would be more flexible and it would allow PITC to offer us details on what they think would be realistically possible. So the new condition does require the submission of a parking management plan, which could, in theory, involve overnight residence parking if it was financially viable, but realistically is probably not going to be. But that being said, the new condition would require a discharge condition application, which could be brought back to planning committee if committee wanted that to be minuted, and that could technically also be refused by committee if they weren't satisfied with what was proposed. So the overall idea is that the money that would be used in providing the overnight parking management plan would be better used to fit out the clubhouse, which we view as a very high quality community asset. And if it did come to a point where overnight parking wasn't provided, we do see that as an unfortunate feature because that was a benefit of the scheme initially. But we do note from the minutes of the previous meeting in which this was discussed that we did advise as officers that the original condition that was put on was probably not lawful as it didn't meet the tests. So this gives us a chance to review it and put in a more appropriate condition. So similar issue with condition 31, which is BREEAM, so that's to do with building efficiency. We required BREEAM Excellent to be met, which was underway at the start, but the BREEAM consultants that were on board unfortunately weren't able to stay on board during the build-out process due to the financial difficulties. So they weren't there basically to be able to certify that BREEAM Excellent was met, but they have provided us with a letter now that they are back on board to say that they think that a lot of the features that should have been put in the building have been. So they think that the efficiency measures probably do amount to BREEAM Excellent, but they basically just can't certify it as they weren't there through the build process. We are proposing to alter the condition just to ensure that those features that they have put in are retained and maintained. So no viability assessment or anything of that nature has been submitted to us, but many officers in various departments in the council have been engaged with PITC from sort of the very start of this up until present, and we can sort of verify that the issues they have raised are very much true, and we think that approving this application would be the best possible outcome for all involved. Just in terms of the process of a Section 73 application, it would involve the issue of a whole new decision notice. So we are proposing that delegated authority is granted to officers to deal with the conditions because it would involve sort of altering any conditions that have been complied with or have an ongoing performance requirement. So if I just take you through some of the physical changes that are proposed through condition 2. So you can see the change mainly in the layout is for the parking around the back of the clubhouse to the sort of midwest of the site. The parking bays in the top right of the newly proposed site plan are now more of an echelon style rather than perpendicular bays. Go to the next slide, please. So these are the previously approved elevations. So the general scale and design of the building isn't proposed to be changed. There's just going to be some sort of minor sort of railings and things added on. We can skip to the next one. Yeah. So there's some railings on top of the building that are required for building regs for the maintenance of the solar panels. There would be some slight material changes. So wood cladding would be replaced with a sort of wood effect cedar board. Obviously, these are all things that are money-saving measures which are required. So these are the approved clubhouse plans originally. So you'll note the boxing gym on the ground floor and a gym on the opposite side, so on the right side. and then there would be a function hall at the top, and then on the first floor that would be the social club and the bar. Skip please. Yeah. So on the new proposed floor plans, the boxing gym would be moved to where the gym originally was, and the boxing gym's original location then becomes a dance studio, which in the interim during stage 2 fit out would be used as the social club, because stage 3 isn't going to be finished in the short term, unfortunately. But when it is eventually finished, that would then become the dance studio, and the upstairs would become the function hall. And then at the top of the plans, you can see that area then becomes classrooms. So yeah, these are just the efficiency measures that the BREEAM consultants have provided to us. So the new proposed condition would just be ensuring that those efficiency measures are maintained and retained throughout the lifetime of the development. And this is a light spill diagram just showing how the new lighting for the car parking entrance will be. And Environmental Health have reviewed this and are satisfied that there would be no light spill and light nuisance occurring to any of the residential dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Okay, so we have Susan Leeson, who's the agent, and very welcome here, and you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would just like to talk to condition number 13 only. Thank you. The officer's report at paragraph 6.7 acknowledges, and as Ed has just said, that the condition was unreasonable and did not meet the test. We understand the reason that the condition was agreed to by the original applicant, that wasn't this current applicant, and was prior to the PITC's involvement in the site, was because residents had become accustomed to parking on the Moneyfields land at the front of the site. However, residents have not been able to park on the site during the construction period of over 3 to 5 years. They will therefore not be disadvantaged in any way if this condition is amended. Further, it is also recognised in the officer's report at paragraph 2.10 that the parking management plan for the overnight parking would be very costly because of security issues. And as pointed out on the plan, the parking is to the rear of the site, and at night, when the residents' parking would come into effect, would mean them walking down a very dark access road down to the parking or back from the parking, because security lighting, as per the condition, is that there should be no lighting between 2300 and 0800 hours, which is there for the benefit of residents' amenity during the evening period. Also, it should be noted that residential parking would not be available on Friday or Saturday nights due to club fixtures, and therefore this further limits any sort of perceived benefit of the parking scheme. In comparison to the pre-development site layout car parking, it's no longer at the front of the site, as I've said, and therefore this is quite a safety issue, and this is what provides, in terms of management, it would be an unmanageable, an unrealistic and unviable scheme that would be presented and would not work, because any such cost for providing that would actually have to be passed on to residents in their parking permits. So we do not consider that scheme would be at all viable in any way. There is actually on-street parking available, and this is fully lit, so we consider that really does meet the needs of the residents, and of course that is what they are doing at the moment. So we just hope that you can see the reason for the condition, and that you will agree to the officer's recommendation to amend that condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. So we've now got the 3 ward councillors. Which order are we going to do them first? Darren first, and then Leonie, and then Abdul Kadir. Okay, Darren, or Councillor Darren Saunders. Sorry.
Chair, thank you very much for allowing us to make these deputations. We are the ward councillors mentioned in the SMAT report from a resident of Salcombe Avenue. We believe that's a distortion of what we actually put out, and I'll explain how we're going to do this. I, as the only local councillor at the original decision meeting, I just wanted to give newer colleagues some background information to some of the logic behind the original decision. Leonie will represent the people who've come to us to say that they want the parking scheme to stay, and Kadir will talk to the people mainly in Salcombe Avenue who've come to us to say that they want the parking scheme to go. But I'll start with a bit of the background. It also helps to explain why we're asking you and not officers to take this decision, because it is a matter of such local sensitivity. The first thing is that we want the John Jenkins Stadium to succeed. Claire's vision of a community youth hub for our area and city is long overdue, and alongside Bransbury Park and KG5 forms part of what we hope will be the biggest increase in youth provision in this city has and will see in decades. And that's why we have worked to help overturn residents' initial scepticism about her plans, even working with her at meetings at PITC's offices so that the team could explain the vision that they have. That's why we've worked with her contractors when residents in our area complained about noise, dirt and frequency of their lorries on local roads, which came from a variation of the original permission. And that's why when it looked like the scheme was in trouble, we helped make sure the council would, as a last resort, loan money to keep the dream alive. On that basis, we welcome varying conditions 2 and 31 and hope the committee will support those changes. Varying condition 13, the one on parking, as you will hear, is more controversial for the people we represent. That is why in the flyer that is referred to in the SMAT, we asked more than 700 homes nearest the site, and so most likely to be affected, what they thought. And that is what is referred to in the SMAT. Time meant that our responses had to be via email and text, so that may have reduced the replies that we got. We got 16, you got 1. 11 of those replies, including the chairman of one of Moneyfield's football club's rivals last season, wanted to keep the scheme, and as I said, Leonie will explain their thinking. Whilst 5, and the one you got, mainly in Salcombe Avenue, wanted no change. As I said, Kadir will explain their thinking. I wanted to provide, now, as far as background is concerned, I understand the points around Susan's raised about on-street parking in the Baffins area, that it's good, but anyone who talks with people anywhere in the area knows it's a problem. They also know that people are split on permits. Indeed, one of the respondents to our survey called them a con. And when we did a traffic survey on many of these same roads last year, several people spontaneously raised parking as an issue, in the sense of they can't park. And that is much greater than the limited number of spaces that originally existed on the Moneyfield site. Now, bear in mind that the original consent generated is one of the few net losses of open space approved in this city. The reason, as Ed has outlined, was that the then scheme's community benefit was greater than that loss. Yet at that stage, there was little benefit for local people. Relations between them and the then owners of the site were poor. And given those two realities, the then Baffins councils pushed for overnight parking at the new Moneyfield site. As the report states, the club accepted that, with the specific hours and days, I understand, decided with officers later. I have to say, in our leaflet, we explained that there would be no parking on Fridays or Saturdays. We explained the hours that we believe exist. So we have tried to be as even-handed as possible. But the scheme also went further, in my recollection, which may be faulty. The scheme would be permitted on a first-come, first-served basis. So only those cars in the scheme could park on site. Those people getting permits would pay a nominal annual amount, as many of them at that time would be non-members parking in a member's car park. There would be security on site as enforcement. Hours of access and egress, which have been referred to by Ed and by Susan, if I recall correctly, would be restricted. Despite this, for many local people at the time, this was seen as a community benefit. I have to say that's not been improved by the lorries going down Folkestone and Martin Road, but that is not down to Clare or PITC at all. And as Leonie will outline, we remain happy to help Claire and her team try and deal with some of the issues around cost that she believes that such a scheme would happen should the committee refuse the variation. And even if it accepts the variation, should it refuse the variation, we'd be more than happy to help. Now, there are no answers that please everyone and will please everyone in our area, as you will hear. But particularly because of that balance, and because of the issues around security, I think those concerns can be dealt with. I think that that community benefit can stay, but it is, of course, up to you as members of the Planning Committee. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Oliver.
Thanks for allowing us to speak. So I'm coming from the perspective of all those residents who have an issue with parking, which I am also one of those, as I live in Baffins and struggle to park on a daily basis. The general consensus from the immediately pay-laced residents is that the original planning permission should be adhered to. Now, I don't think that's unreasonable. Something was agreed with a caveat, and now it feels that they can just change their mind. I also think a charity as big as Portsmouth in the Community can get the funds, and I do think they are calling our bluff a bit. Let's just see. Parking is a huge issue in the area, and as Darren has said, we've got residents that are really split on residents' parking zones. As Darren stated, there was an agreement that there would be a sign-up of possibly, I think it was £5 for a resident to be able to park on the Moneyfields estate. That would then create an income. They would be taking their own risk in whether they park at the end and walk through a dark area. I think as adults we can take that risk. The fact is that we normally end up having to park 6-7 roads away anyway because we can't get close to our houses. We have a guy who actually is the manager of the company who owns Fareham Football Club, and he has offered to take on the whole project of Portsmouth in the Community to be able to adhere to the original planning permissions. He is happy to do that. He is 100% aware of what was going on. So if PITC can't do it, we've got contacts with somebody who can. So just bear that one in mind. The other thing that I've become aware of is there is actually a company called Creative Car Park who again take on everything that we're asking PITC that they agreed that they would do. And they provide the equipment, the security, free of charge, in the fact that they then they bring in their income on the fines of people that actually don't sign up to the scheme. So residents would sign up to the scheme that we will be parking in this area. They would have all the registration. Anyone who tries to just wing it gets a fine, and that is how the company makes their money. It is used at St Simon's Church in Southsea, so we know it works. So that's another suggestion. I don't believe that it is an idea to consider going against something that has been agreed. That scheme, that Moneyfields estate, that project was agreed on the basis that the Baffins residents would have somewhere to park overnight. And how is it fair that we can just suddenly go, nah, no thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Kadir.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleagues has mentioned a bit more, but I'm going to talk about Salcombe Avenue, who is the closest to this project. As we go around the wards regularly, we meet, as this has been ongoing for such a long time. Salcombe Avenue, I think, are directly affected in terms of all the noise and the lighting. So let's say it affects their residential amenity because of the lights that will need to be on, even any headlights of the cars that comes into the site. The noise any cars coming into the site will make, and there are people most directly affected on this site. The gardens are closest to where the cars will go. So there are fewer of them than the most. It's about 20 or more. 700 homes, the leaflet that we distributed. So they do have a concern about any changes to the parking scheme, and as a local councillor, it is only right that we represent them too. So please consider their concern as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Colleagues, members of the committee, it's now your opportunity to ask any questions that you have. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Mason.
Condition 31, can we be assured that although there is no ongoing work with BREEAM, the quality of the build will remain satisfactory in all terms?
Yeah, so it's more of a process issue as far as I understand it, that the BREEAM consultants can't issue a formal certification, but they have, as far as I know, been out on site and inspected what has been installed, and they're satisfied that it is to a good standard. And the alteration to the condition that we are proposing would ensure that that is maintained and retained.
Okay. I'm having a blank. Names. I'm sorry. Councillor Smythe. I'm sorry. Clearly it's my age.
No problem. Thank you, Chairman. I will have a question just in general principle. There were several trade-offs made when we gave the planning application for this, and one of the trade-offs was about parking, and one of the trade-offs was about the fact that the housing, when built and sold, would pay for the cost of the anticipated cost of the clubhouse. So I'm a little bit mystified as to why the clubhouse has exceeded the cost of selling the houses. Could that relationship be unpicked for us, just so that we understand what's happened?
So I don't think the cost, the money that came in from the construction of the houses and the profit from that, I don't think was used for the funding of the clubhouse. I think Claire will be able to, but it's massively more expensive than anything that you'd have got from that housing. So there've been significant grants in from different national organisations as well. But the build cost of putting in the all-weather pitches and the clubhouse is in the terms of millions. And so I think what we said when we came to the committee last time was several years ago when this first came to us, was that we looked at this as an exception site, that we would bend the rules that govern us to try to make sure that this happened, because of the huge community value that was come out of that, and particularly now that Pompey and the community are running it, that we know what a good organisation they are. But I think what they're doing here is it's not, the sale of the houses was never going to be the funder of the whole thing. Claire, am I right in that? Yeah, and I think can you speak into a microphone so your words are, and
yeah, the housing gifted us the 6 acres, and originally the costs were covered, but following the price increases of COVID, Ukraine war, all of those, it's gone up exponentially, so it would never have been covered by that.
Judith, sorry.
I mean, with there's 26 flats and 6 houses have been sold. That's quite a lot of money.
Yes.
So I remember thinking when we approved this before, there was a degree of balance. Then I might have to get Sports Council grants and other things for specialist equipment and other things. But I don't think that quite represents what the trade-off was at the time. It's not selling nothing. It's 26 flats and 6 houses. What happened to that money? Wasn't enough. Was it there wasn't enough raised? I, of course, do understand about the costs going up in the construction business, but that is reflected in increasing house prices as well.
It's also the gifting of the land over for the rest of it. But I know the City Council has worked very hard with Claire and Pompey and the community to try to make sure that this project is completed successfully and can be used, because the cost overruns have been absolutely enormous. Councillor Dorrington. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions. One is with regards to the replacement of the green roof with the flat roof. Do we know what the biodiversity net loss will be once that green roof's removed?
We don't have the figures for that, unfortunately. The biodiversity net gain only came in earlier this year, so it wouldn't have been a sort of quantifiable figure as part of the original application, and it wouldn't be required on this application as a Section 73.
Secondly, with regards to it says more smaller solar panels, does that give us an improvement or a decrease with regards to the kilowattage produced?
Oh, I don't know, unfortunately.
Okay.
Not sure.
Hold on, but Claire might.
I don't have the exact science behind it, but I do know that the solar has at least exceeded what it was going to, but I don't know how that works with the size of the panels.
Okay.
Wonderful. And thirdly, with regards to the material amendments on the external cladding, soffits and downpipe, do we have a reference to what the colour of the proposed cement board is going to be and what that's going to look like against stark white fascias and downpipes as opposed to the existing proposals?
I can find that out for you if you give me a couple of minutes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Smythe doesn't think she got an answer to her question. Can anybody, I know we shouldn't be talking so much to the developers, but can you answer Councillor Smythe's question directly, Claire, or do you think you already have?
I think the profit from the houses went into gifting us the land, and the value of that land initially, plus the funding that we had, would have built the facility. But as I say, there was all sorts of incremental rises that were unforeseen. That's why now that we're in this position.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Peter.
I've got several questions. I'll start with a small one first. So there's discussion that some scrubland has been lost on the top of the site. Why has that been lost? Because one of the comments that was made earlier was that this was an exceptional loss of green space. And although I accept that the space is, we're calling it scrubland, not allotments, if that space was in another place, we might be calling it a small wildlife refuge. Why are we having to lose that space?
It's my understanding that it was something to do with the regulations that the FA require on the runoff of the size of the pitches.
Claire has an answer for you behind.
The area behind the northern pitch, there's a small wooded area, and in order to access behind, we moved the fence back slowly to allow wheelchair access, because what we're doing is building a little eco-hub so we can have children in during the day that can learn about the environment. So the idea is we put a small hub in there, and we use that for environmental education. And without that little tiny, I think it's about a foot wide excess, we wouldn't be able to access it because we wouldn't be able to have children in wheelchairs there.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. The second question is also a like-for-like comparison. So I see in the new version, we have moved to echelon parking, and my understanding is that echelon parking is easier for people to get in and out of. Before we come to the question of the parking overall, has that resulted in a net change in the number of spaces conceptually available? Then we worry about what happens to them.
Not to my knowledge. I think it's the same amount of parking.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question, Ed. So in the original design, there was space for coach to go around the clubhouse and get to park in a dedicated space outside on the western side. That's now gone. Where will coaches now be?
The coach parking remains exactly as it is, and it's actually already lined. This aerial shot you saw wasn't there. So coach parking is exactly where it was originally.
Okay. So the drawing we had showed that coach parking had been used for something else, but that drawing is incorrect.
Yes, the line markings, it actually says coach parking only.
Lovely.
And it's marked on the car park as we speak.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry, can the planning officer comment on that, please?
Ed? Should we put have we got a picture up that we can show? Yeah. So on here, on the one on the left, there's coach parking onto the west of the clubhouse. On the one that is on the right-hand side, I couldn't see coach parking. But I might be, sorry, I may be missing something, Claire.
Yeah, the coach parking. If you look at the build, on the right-hand side of the build, there's a diagonal line.
Yeah.
The coach parking is adjacent to that diagonal line.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Eddie, you happy with that?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Great, okay. Okay, colleagues, any other questions? Councillor Candlish.
So now my question is, there is discussion that there is a new parking plan that would be prepared. Could you just explain the process and approvals for that plan?
Sure. So just a slightly less specific condition which would require the submission of a parking management plan. So that would be submitted as a discharge condition application, which would normally just be decided by officers, but can be called into committee should you so wish, and that can be minuted today. So that could contain effectively anything that Pompey and the community feel they can provide viably and functionally. So technically that could still provide overnight parking for residents if, for example, Pompey and the community came into some funding, but realistically through discussions with them, it's very unlikely that's the case. But effectively today, I think we should be clear that we're not deciding that overnight parking is definitely not going to happen through this application. We're just deciding that there be a more flexible condition that Pompey and the community can propose to us what they think is realistic, and then we can make a decision on that further down the line.
So from a writing conditions next steps point of view, we can clearly separate that as an isolated item that we could come back to separately, whilst approving, or obviously if we disapprove it doesn't apply, but if we approve the balance then that would be a separate thing.
Yeah, it would be a separate consideration that can either be done under delegated authority or can come back to committee.
Thank you.
Councillor Valley.
This is a fiasco that you're obviously saving, and well done for coming up with solutions. I'm really not happy about the parking situation, because if you made an arrangement with people, you stick with it as well as you can, you know. I mean, Leonie came up with some ideas, and I just wonder, have you looked at those? I know we can come back to the parking another time, but why have you not investigated other methods than the ones you've come up with?
I don't think it's for Ed to come up with how a parking thing would run. That's for the applicant to do. It's not for a planning officer to do, in my view.
Of course, you're right.
Kieran, is that correct?
No, I agree. As Ed's already run you through, this is a condition that's seeking to take away those options and come back to you, and I think you're making your feelings felt very clear to the applicant through the course of this meeting.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we now come to comments for people to make proposals and see where we go. Councillor Smythe.
I mean, I'd just like to make a comment and then return us to the planning matters that we should be looking at. It seems, beggars belief to me, that Pompey and the community didn't do due diligence and didn't get a revised planning permission before they bought the land. Of course, they're sterling partners of the City Council, and of course we wish them well on this community enterprise, but really, you know, we don't exist to make decisions when people have bought land and they haven't properly investigated what's feasible and what isn't. And I dare say there's more, in fact I know there's more behind the story than that, about the way the books have been balanced on this and the assurances we were given about costs and money needed was quite different than what we're getting now, and I just wanted to place that on record. Planning Committee doesn't exist to sort out what are frankly legal and financial problems that developers, whoever they are, might be. I suppose my comment is, you know, I think the parking is important. I notice that the survey that the councillors said had been done did support the fact that people, although they hadn't had the parking off-site for a while, were still worried about it, and there was still a shortage of parking, and the ideas that Councillor Leonie put up were, I think, very worthy of consideration, and I would like to make sure that any condition we had on this made it much more likely that the community would end up with some rights to park there overnight. than it appears. Just delegating it to officers isn't strong enough in my view, although I'm happy to have the negotiations delegated and so forth. So that's the first comment. The second comment is I don't have, I think providing the assurances are given about BREEAM and about environmental quality, that's okay. I accept the reasons given for the change in footprint overall, although it was mentioned that there wasn't the Sport England hadn't approved the smaller footprint because the runoff area hadn't been calculated. That is absolutely something that should have been dealt with by due diligence earlier on, so I do that with a heavy heart. But I think the planning issues are very clear. I think I was really quite satisfied after the long debate we had on the previous planning application that we had come up with a compromise. Don't forget that the compromise was based on the idea that public open space was being lost at the time, green public open space. So we would have expected some think back from that. So there's some disappointment in my mind. So my main point is, can we make sure that the needs of local people in terms of parking overnight, subject of course to arrangements, and I'm not sure they need all this electronic stuff. I think it may be that it's just a registration of the number plates of people who've paid their dues for that. But I think we're leaving it a bit weak, that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I was going to propose from the chair the officer recommendation, but with a variation that in terms of number 13, which is the parking, that the parking plan should be approved by this committee and not delegated to officers. So I don't know.
And my request is there should be a parking plan that enables residents to park there.
So I don't think we can specify that. I think we have to ask for a parking plan and see what comes forward and see if that is acceptable or not.
Well, I think we could save time if we said that we expected there to be provision for residents.
And so I'm sorry. I think we shouldn't. I think we should keep. We need to see a parking plan and see what that says. I think Claire has been, and the Pompey community have been very clear that they think that providing parking for the community is not a viable option. But I think we need to see that coming back in some detail, in my view. But there may be other people may have other views. Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. Did we get an answer about the solar panels and the size? Sorry if I missed that.
So the answer we got was that the production of them is higher than was in the original plan. So they're more productive in terms of energy production.
Thank you. And can we, by condition, add this idea of an eco space, because I think we're losing some biodiversity in this application. So it would be good to confirm that some of this space will be used for that purpose.
Ed, are we able to do that?
We could possibly look at a condition of details to be submitted. I don't know if maybe that's going further than what the original application was granting, though. I'd like to get Kieran's advice on that.
Right, so this is an area that was essentially overlooked on the first application, was it? So there was no...
effectively, yeah.
Yes, so they've drawn the red line slightly too broadly, clipped the allotments without realising, and therefore it's not mentioned in the first application. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair, yeah.
Okay. But their intention is to put it was described as wildlife hub is what I've got written down, yeah. I think a condition detailing that area and a plan is the way forward. I think that's the appropriate form of condition for that, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Atwell, are you happy with that? Councillor Dorrington?
Thank you very much, Chair. I find myself slightly torn on this one. Although I can't necessarily find anything which would materially say that it's not suitable, I have to ask myself as to why we're in this situation in the first place, and the fact that if these plans are approved, and if we do indeed lose the bio-net gain of the grass roof, and we do compromise on the aesthetics of the building, and we do lose the parking facilities. Is this then going to achieve something which is aesthetically beautiful, which is of use to the community, and which doesn't impact the people in the surrounding areas? And I also have to ask myself the question is, if all of these things weren't in the original application, would the application have gone through in the first place? So is it not just a case of poor management along the way from some area, and unfortunately we're now left with a building which doesn't meet the requirements of the initial application, which in my view is possibly the only reason that it got through?
Okay, Councillor Mason.
I am generally sympathetic to condition 2 of the approved plans. What we are being asked to approve is something which I think will be beneficial to the community. It will be aesthetically acceptable. That it has been modified is understandable in view of the very great increase in costs of construction which have occurred over the last couple of years. I am also sympathetic to the condition 31 being modified on the basis of the information which had been provided earlier. I am not happy with changing condition 13 for the simple reason that I was chairman of the committee in 2018, and I have looked back at my notes, and it was really the matter on which there was most discussion at that point. The consideration of parking was a major consideration which was brought up in a deputation by a councillor.
Are you losing names as well, Hugh?
Yeah, sorry. It was brought up by one of the councillor in the deputation, and it was a major concern. And I think we only accepted the whole scheme largely on the basis that the justifiable needs of the residents for parking would be accommodated. So I am not happy with any variation to that, which would allow the removal of overnight parking for residents.
I'd like to echo that. I said a similar thing earlier on. I think it's very important that we honour the agreements we make with local residents when compromises like this are being made. And people have long memories and still need to park.
So I put a proposal which has not been seconded, but there looks as if there is an alternative proposal, but somebody needs to formally move something. Okay.
I will propose then that we accept the modifications proposed to condition 2 and to condition 31, but do not accept the modifications proposed to condition 13.
And is there a seconder to that proposal? Councillor Smythe. Okay. At the moment, that is the only proposal that is on the table, and then my proposal has not been seconded.
Councillor, if I could possibly assist slightly, if the sticking point is the loss of the wording of overnight parking scheme in the condition, or maybe encourage members to look at changing the wording of the condition so it's more reflective of the original condition, so it still states overnight parking scheme and it still states the times, but changes the trigger point to it starts being provided when the clubhouse is completed, so that Pompey and the community could still technically comply with this condition.
But Ed, can I ask, completed? We're talking about the third phase not happening for a while.
Yeah.
Therefore, that would not come on stream until phase 3 is completed. But they'd be operating the ground floor, which is the majority of it. And therefore, on your proposal, that I don't think would reflect the views here that people want it to happen and happen soon.
So I think the only way that this condition could be complied with is on the completion of the clubhouse, because that's the only thing that's not finished on site now.
What about completion of phase 1 and phase 2?
That could also work, yeah. I'm not sure if Pompey and the community would be able to comply with it financially, but that would be up for members to decide.
So I have Councillor Candlish and Councillor Dorrington, which is to come in.
So, Chair, a couple of things. So, firstly, in terms of your proposal, I would be supporting it with the additional comment that I think a parking plan should be brought back to this committee, because it's clearly generated a lot of discussion amongst the committee, and I don't think it is right to work it in this committee, and I think there are a lot of options. I think the will of the committee, the question lines of the committee should be easily picked up, and I would expect to see them answered in the proposal that is put forward, but I don't think we should try to do that now. As far as I can see, this project, when it was conceived, had a great aim and was a well-balanced project. That has come off, the wheels of that has come off for a variety of reasons, which again, I think are probably worth people learning about, but not exploring it further within this committee. There are 3 issues of substance in here. There are the BREEAM conditions. On that, I think from where we are, the proposals are sensible, and I support them. We have less money, this gets us out, and it doesn't seem to create a major negative. On moving to stages of development, that also seems to be a very pragmatic approach. There isn't the money to do it quickly. If we want the whole kit and caboodle, we could be waiting years, whereas we can get this public asset into use quickly if we accept the proposal, so I'm willing to go with that one. And finally, as I've said on the parking, I think there are a lot of issues. My comment would be that I think that, as other members have said, perhaps lower cost or alternative options, or maybe higher prices for permits, or I don't know. There are many options, and I think that needs to be taken away, thought about, and then brought back as the only issue we have to then vary with, to deal with. And on that would be the direction of my proposal.
Okay. We have a proposal that's been proposed and seconded, but there's only one. Councillor Dorrington.
Thank you, Chair. We may be slightly going over old ground, and if we are, then please stop me to do so. It was whether we could actually remove the planning requirement and have that, the parking requirement, and have that as a separate vote, because it seems like that's overshadowing the issues at the moment. So whether we could actually split that out as a separate.
So the proposal, as I understand at the moment, from Councillor Mason and Councillor Smythe, is that we accept the changes to condition 2, we accept the changes to condition 31, but that we do not accept the changes to 13. And my suggestion to my esteemed colleagues here is we look for at the moment it says when the whole thing is completed, the parking stuff comes in, it doesn't seem to me that that's likely to happen anytime soon, and therefore it seems to be more logical to say that when phases 1 and 2 are completed, which is what is currently being built. So if there is a proposal for something else, and perhaps Mr. Candlish has made a suggestion, that has to come forward as a separate motion and needs to have a proposer and a seconder.
Chair, I'd like to restate my proposal perhaps more succinctly.
We're always pleased, Peter, when you're brief.
I shall try to deliver on this. So I would support the proposal of my colleagues with the one additional rider, which is slightly different to what you stated, that the parking proposal is brought back to this committee.
If we've said it has to stay as it is, I don't see how it can come back. But I can be advised by Ed.
I thought their proposal was okay. So is my proposal then to accept 2 and 31, and to bring back 13 to this committee?
which is what I originally proposed,
In
which
that case,
didn't
Chair,
get a seconder.
Chair, I am now understanding your wisdom and I support your proposal.
Councillor Smythe.
I'm sure there's a way forward here. Accepting the two proposals that we've got we seem to be agreed on. What I don't want to happen is for simply a parking proposal that might not involve residents getting any parking coming back is important. But the way they can achieve the original condition clearly will be different. It's not going to be exactly the same because they have said that they can't afford to do that. Isn't there some way forward that makes that clear? And isn't that what we need to do?
Councillor Smythe, I'm quite certain that people from Pompey and the community have been listening to what has been said and to know that if they come back with a proposal that doesn't meet people's needs, the requirements of the committee, that it's unlikely to be accepted. Claire has not got cloth ears.
Advice on that, just to make sure we can perhaps have some help with phrasing what we want to say in a way that won't waste time by bringing back a proposal that says we're not going to provide residents parking.
Okay, there's a couple of points I'm going to make quickly. I think both have possibly glossed over what you were talking about, an additional condition with regard to the wildlife hub. So I'll need to go back to proposers and seconders to confirm whether they endorse that as part of their motion. So that will start with the first motion that was achieved a seconder. The second point, in answer to your question in terms of the procedure, from a procedural perspective, the motion that Councillor Vernon Jackson is proposing is the one that secures, by way of the minutes of this meeting, that the sort of unfettered report on the possibilities for parking would come back to this committee. That is something that would be minuted in the council's records as opposed to put on the decision notice which goes out to the applicant. So it's a matter of internal process to ensure that that is not discharged by officers but would come back to this committee. That's something that you can ask to be implemented.
I think that what I'm saying is I don't want an unfettered report on parking. That could include no resident parking coming back to us.
Yes, indeed, that could be an option. It would be up to them to...
That's the option that I would like to
so
propose, and I certainly think we should put in the condition about the wildlife area.
So thank you on the wildlife point. In relation to the overnight parking, that's where the officer Ed Lee suggested you could drop the words overnight parking into condition 13 to make that part of the consideration of any report coming back to you. But I don't think you have a motion on the table for that at all as it stands.
I don't know what Councillor Mason thinks, but I don't want us to waste time with a proposal that says no resident parking.
I agree with you.
So we need a way of phrasing that. Kieran, is there any way you could help us, or planning officers could help, please?
And can I check with Councillor Candlish, who's indicated what your thought is as seconding the other option?
So I think there's a genuine disagreement here. So I personally would like it to be unfettered. I think there is an overwhelming presumption here that an overnight parking solution is expected, so that if a solution comes back which doesn't have that, it's going to need a very compelling reason to be supported. But there may be something that we don't understand because there is something it isn't being proposed at the moment. And I don't think we lose anything by giving people the freedom to respond in this way. But my presumption is that we will be looking for an overnight solution or a bloody good reason why we're not getting it.
Difference in emphasis, and I would just go back to say I don't want to have an unfettered situation. I want the clear expectation being that there will be some parking for residents.
Okay, I think we have two proposals, and I think, colleagues, anybody else want to comment before we go to the vote? No.
Apologies, Councillor Jackson.
Sorry.
Can I just have if we could adjourn for 5 minutes so I can discuss the planning officers and make sure they're happy with what it is you're voting on, essentially.
Okay, but Councillor Vallely did sneak in at the last moment.
I just personally would like to see some detail on finances around the parking, please.
So I don't think anybody has that here. Not today. But when things come back, if they come back, then I'm sure something will come forward with that. Okay, Kieran, if you want to go quickly talk with Ed and come back?
In fact, but before I do that, I will just draw out the proposers and seconders on the amendments.
Fine.
So, Councillor Mason, your position was that condition 2 is acceptable, condition 31 is acceptable, but condition 13 under no circumstances is acceptable for change, so should remain as it is, correct?
It is that we cannot accept it as it stands at the moment.
So in binary
so
terms, you would be rejecting that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that is what we are here to do, either to accept or reject. We are not here to modify things on the hoof.
It is open to the committee to insert those words if they choose to.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, and the additional point is that you accept the drafting of a condition, which I will just in a minute go over the floor and discuss with my colleagues with regard to the details of the Wildlife Hub as part of your proposal.
Yes.
Yes. Right, Chair. This is over 2 pages.
Just to help, happy with Wildlife Hub.
You're happy with the Wildlife Hub condition being drafted by officers, and it's your proposal that, are you looking for the unfettered
Yep. So that we can
version of the planning,
That's
the
the only
But it comes
parking
back here.
management plan?
Peter?
Unfettered versus fettered, I believe, is the only difference between the two. And even the unfettered people are looking for a very, have a strong inclination. So I think we are dancing on the head of a pin.
Okay. So for the avoidance of doubt of those in the room that aren't as familiar, that is a proposal to accept the applicant's proposed change of condition without any modifications. Say for the wildlife habitat, which will be imposing as well.
No. So accept their changes on 2 and 31, but not 13, but ask to come back with a plan, with a parking plan to this committee.
That is what condition 13, as drafted in the report, states, Councillor. I think the nuance you're getting stuck on is that it won't say as part of the condition that it will come back to the committee, but you wish for it to be minuted that it will come back to committee for discharge.
Fine, whatever gets it to happen.
Okay.
Chair, I still think it enables the applicant to come back to us, to committee, with a plan that says we can't do resident parking. And I'd find that a real betrayal of the people that would desperately...
Judith, I know your view. Let's see if we can come to a conclusion now and then move on.
Well,
hold on, Judith. Our lawyer needs to go and discuss with Ed and coming up with some wording. Can we leave them to do their piece of work? Okay, Kieran? Colleagues, while we're having this short interlude, or for those of us who remember going to the newsreels and they used to run little pictures of cats playing, etc., to fill in the time, in terms of the order, members of the public are here to speak on the next 2 items, which is Merivale and Kensington. I'm suggesting that we keep to that order because everybody else is paid to be here, members of the public aren't. And therefore we break with tradition with this committee and we stick with the order in the agenda as printed. Councillor Shah, you're not running away, are you?
Chair, is there time for a quick comfort break?
No. you have a mug in front of you. Colleagues, just so everybody knows that if any member leaves during the debate or is not here at the beginning, they cannot be part of the vote because they've not heard all of the argument. That is why you're provided with a coffee cup. Okay. Okay, colleagues, if we could settle down. Darren, eyes front, please. Kieran? Do you have words for us?
Mr. Lee has words for
Ed?
you. So Ed's going to read out the proposed biodiversity condition that's a part of both motions. Obviously, we're going to start with Councillor Mason's motion being the first.
So, details of the Biodiversity Wildlife Education Hub to the north of the site shall be submitted to and agreed in writing with the LPA prior to the completion of stage 3 of the clubhouse. The scheme shall then be installed and retained thereafter within 6 months of the completion of stage 3 of the clubhouse.
And the LPA is the local planning authority, which is in effect the planning department?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, then we have, first of all, we have 2 votes. First off, we have proposed by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Smythe. Can I see all those in favour? Please show. So this is a motion that you seconded, so we start with them as they were proposed. So there is a motion proposed by Councillor Hugh Mason, seconded by Councillor Judith Smythe. Can I see those in favour of that motion, please show by raising your hands. We have 3.
Chair, I didn't formally propose a motion that had an amendment to that, although I had made several comments.
Okay,
and
so
what I was hoping was that Councillor Mason would amend his motion, which I have seconded. But I don't think we're clear on whether I need to put up another motion.
Okay, so are you saying you are not seconding Councillor Hugh Mason's proposal?
Not until I know
No,
whether...
okay, so in which case that falls.
No,
There is therefore one...
No, it doesn't. We don't know what we're voting for at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Mason, could you read out, in words of 1 syllable or less, what you are proposing?
I am proposing that this committee accepts the proposals concerning condition 2, the modification thereof, and condition 31, the modification thereof, but does not accept condition 13 being modified.
And can I check, are you happy with the amendment as proposed in terms of the education hub as just read out by Mr. Edley?
I am content with that, and I'm happy for that to be incorporated.
Councillor Smythe, are you happy to second that proposal?
I am happy to second that proposal.
Okay.
To put another
okay. Shall we therefore go back to the vote so people can be clear? Those in favour, please show by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And those against, please show. And those abstaining, please show.
So that motion passes with 6 votes in favour.
Okay. I counted 7 personally, but it doesn't make any difference. Therefore, by nature, if that has passed, the other must therefore fall. Therefore, that is the decision of the committee. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. I know that's been a long one, but can we now move on to the second application, which is 33 Merivale Road? Colleagues, if anybody who was just here for that wants to go, and then afterwards we'll get to 141 Kensington. If anybody does want to go, you're more than welcome to leave now. If you want to stay and see the joy that is the planning committee, you're very welcome to stay. Okay. Going on to Merivale Road then. Edward, or Ed?
It's now me, Councillor.
Okay, Edward, thank you. Okay, Edward, if you'd like to do the presentation about Merivale Road.
Okay, thank you. So this application for 38 Merivale. Could you speak louder? Yes. Sorry. Yes. Is that? Can everyone hear me at the back? Yes. Right. Still getting used to this system. Okay. Application reference 2400472 FUL. At 38 Merivale Road in Portsmouth is for the change of use from a C3 dwelling to a 7-bed, 7-person HMO. It is before you due to 129 objections. It was originally on the agenda for the 29th of May meeting, but was deferred on account of to allow sufficient time for objectors to prepare their deputations, as the publicity period for the application had only expired on the 24th of May. The main planning issues for consideration are set out in the report at paragraph 1.2. The application site comprises a 2-storey semi-detached house on the southern side of Merivale Road, as shown on the screen in front of you, with an aerial view there, highlighting the property, and then the next slide showing a street view image of the dwelling in question, property in question. As I previously stated, planning permission is being sought for the change of use from a C3 dwelling house to an HMO with accommodation for up to 7 people in single occupancy bedrooms. The applicant has stated that works to extend the property will be undertaken under permitted development. These works include a rear dormer, a hip-to-gable extension, roof lights to the front roof slope and a rear extension. They are not included in this application, nor should they be considered as part of this application. The concerns raised by objectors are summarised at paragraph 7.2 in your in the officer report on pages 27 and 28. With regard to the concentration of HMOs within the 50-metre radius, which, as you will be familiar, is the test that Council applies and is set out in the relevant supplementary planning document, there are currently no HMOs, so the introduction of this one would result in a 2.32%, which is well below the 10% threshold, being the level at which a local area is deemed to be provided. This is shown on this slide in front of you. Comments have been raised regarding the high density of HMOs along Merivale Road and surrounding roads. However, officers have checked the planning history and licensing records, and no conflict with the SPD has been found, which is a material planning consideration in terms of impact on the character of the area. With regard to the standard of accommodation, the internal layout meets the council's adopted standards. Sufficient communal space is provided. All rooms have good natural light. A rear garden is being provided, and all 7 bedrooms have ensuite facilities. On that basis, and having regard to the considerations set out in the officer report, the officer recommendation is to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We have various people wanting to come and speak. We have Shelley Vernon, Joss Bircher and Paul Nichols. Colleagues, there's 12 minutes for objectors to speak. On my thing, it's divided up in a slightly weird way, and I wonder if that's being decided amongst you. It has. Lovely, great. Otherwise, I was going to try to make you all equal, but if you divided it yourselves, fine. So, Shelley Vernon, you've got 5.5 minutes, Joss Bircher 2.5 minutes, and Paul Nichols 4 minutes. Okay, so, first off, Shelley Vernon.
Thank you. I've lived happily next door to this property for 30 years and strongly oppose this proposal. Merivale Road is full of beautiful 1930s-style houses that are highly sought after. Families live here, along with many elderly retired couples. I agree with everything already raised in the 129 objections, including an opposal from Penny Mordaunt, but the points I'm about to highlight show how this has directly affected me as a next-door neighbour. I'll address the planning committee with the same questions that I've been asking myself since these plans were submitted. Why should I suddenly be made to feel insecure in my own home? As pointed out by Penny Mordaunt in her proposal, there seems to be no consideration whatsoever to us as next-door neighbours that this property not only shares a drive, but has access to the back with us. Instead of maybe 2 adults in a family situation using this, we have the prospect of 7 residents, their partners, their visitors, all using our shared drive. And going forward, we do not know who these residents will be or their backgrounds. The idea of this terrifies me due to a past traumatic experience where I was stalked by a dangerous sexual predator who was later convicted of serial rape. I hope this explains why I have a strong need to feel secure in my own home. Short-term rentals will encourage a huge turnover of tenants. We therefore won't be able to establish a trusting relationship with our neighbours. In the 30 years we have lived here, we have only ever had 3 different neighbours. People buy houses in Merivale Road to establish their forever family home. We had security gates fitted 30 years ago on our shared drive to stop unwanted visitors accessing the back of our property, and our neighbours at number 38 have always been very happy with this added security. I worry about these being kept locked with a constant change of tenants, and if the developer may even request to remove them. Not to mention coping with the builders using our shared drive for such a long time while the work is carried out. This will be a huge violation of my privacy, and I feel threatened that my sense of security will be compromised to the point that this has already affected my mental health due to the reason previously mentioned. So why should this development alter the value of our home? Due to the prospect of this development next door, which quite frankly terrifies me, I've looked into the possibility of moving house. The committee report says loss of property value is not a material planning consideration, but after seeking an independent assessment from an estate agent, the effect of the proposed development next door would devalue our property by £50,000, proof of which is in this report here from the estate agent. I have been advised that it would be extremely difficult to sell my house with an HMO next door, so I won't be able to remove myself from this horrible situation even if I wanted to. So what gives this developer the right to make me a prisoner in my own home? And why do hard-working families have to suffer a loss of capital to out-of-town investors that have no interest in local people but only in financial gain? This development would result in the loss of a family home forever. Approval would set the precedents for developers to continue to outbid local people wishing to buy this area and therefore change its character. So why is a conversion of this nature acceptable? A house converted for multiple occupancy is not in keeping with the neighbourhood. In fact, the creative photographs that have been uploaded to the website recently do not show a true interpretation of the surrounding properties. The imposing construction of the extension will block light and sun from both neighbouring properties, a factor that has been enjoyed due to our south-facing gardens. It is obvious there has been no consideration at all as to how this would affect our lives. So in addition to this, the roof extension will also block the natural light entering a window into my hall, casting the inside of my property into darkness. So I have got a photo of that there, of what it's like. Not to mention all the extra windows looking into my space. We invested in a house in an established family residential area, not one next to a small block of flats. So why do we have to endure the prospect of increased noise? It is a ludicrous assumption that 7 separate individuals with their separate living habits won't create any more noise than a large family unit. In fact, a 2022 report submitted to PCC from Claire Hardwick confirms there are a disproportionate level of noise complaints from HMOs. Regardless of whether there is a high concentration of HMOs in the area or not, there is no denying that these plans will cause significant noise disruption, especially to us, the adjacent neighbours. It will be hard to contain sound just from general living. I work in my quiet garden room, so therefore find the prospect of increased noise from the planned adjacent communal area very worrying. And finally, I urge you to carefully take into consideration details from your own policy. Houses in multiple occupancy, ensuring mixed and balanced communities, section 2.17 states, it will be taken as an indication that an application for HMO development would be likely to fail to protect the amenity and the provision of a good standard of living environment for neighbouring occupiers where it is liable to be detrimental to human health. Matters to be considered include changing in overlooking, privacy, daylight, sunlight, disturbance and outlook. We feel there has been a blatant disregard as to how this development would affect us as neighbours. The council and developer have absolutely no knowledge of our lives or backgrounds, and I would therefore like to know on what basis they decide this would have no effect on the amenity of the neighbours. We live in a democratic society, therefore 129 objections should hold some weight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Joss Bircher.
The name's Britcher.
I'm sorry, my apology.
Okay. So in the current plans, 4 of the 7 bedrooms have plumbing and sanitary ware adjacent to or very near to the party wall, leading to potential flooding and contamination from wastewater seepage through the party wall into the adjoining property, which would pose a health and safety risk additional to damage and the likelihood of penetrating damp. One of the bathrooms is adjacent to the neighbouring bedroom and a second one is adjacent to the neighbouring living room. In the 3rd floor dormer, 2 showers and basins are adjacent to the party wall, meaning that any leakage could penetrate the floor and then the ceilings and walls of both the front and main back bedrooms in the adjoining property. The party cavity gap is approximately just 25 millimetres. The jointing between the bricks is lime mortar. When the bricks were laid, mortar spilled out from the party walls, creating a noise problem over the years. The noise of flushing toilets and running showers will increase, along with risk of flooding and wastewater seepage into the adjoining property. Long-established building practice has bathrooms sited either on outside walls or, if on inside walls, the bathrooms for each property adjacent to each other, not adjacent to next-door living or sleeping quarters. The planned bathroom arrangements appear to have no precedent in existing housing. Regarding fire risk, there is significant risk of fire spreading from the dormer and roof space into the adjoining roof space when the dormer and roof space are constructed of combustible materials. Further, the plans describe the 7 bedrooms as single use, but the measurements would permit double occupancy, giving the potential for 14 future tenants. This would clearly significantly increase pressures on the sewage system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols.
Thank you. For the first point on sewage, so houses 38, 40 and 42 are all on the same waste system. The last 2 years, whilst 38 have been empty, there has still been ongoing issues raised by the current residents. There's been no impact assessment, I believe, from Apple Core on the from Southern Water on the property. The 770 litre planned usage from the current typical residents of 7 is way above the what we've actually worked out between 350 and 450 of an average family use, to demonstrate that this is not in the same category. We need to make that as a rejectable point. So has Apple Core got a management plan to deal with the points raised, water, waste, health and safety, cleaning thereof? That is contesting at 88.17 of the previous meeting. To do with parking, the HMO would not benefit from the parking as is shared with 40. The full access to the garage is required at all times, so therefore there would be no scaffolding that could be put up. Having a car on a shared driveway is a good idea if you're sharing it with a single neighbour with a point of contact, phone number, so that you can manage that access. How is that viable with 7 people? So there would be no access or manageable access on that shared lane. Merivale Road has no cycle lanes, and as we have all heard today at great length, Portsmouth generally has a severe lack of parking. So therefore we have to consider that at this meeting, and that was not considered, so I contest 8.22 strongly. How do Apple Core and the council plan to diligently manage this, as this cannot be dismissed? Generally, people with young families aspire to live in this area, and to have this community disrupted by HMOs takes away the people's feelings of safety and security in their community. The future dwellings, so in the deeds, they state that they should not be used for continuous profiteering or creating a nuisance. HMO licensed properties have 12 more complaints than a standard C3 dwelling. Surely this demonstrates a level of excess nuisance from HMOs. The company reputation. The 2 directors of Apple Core, listed at the same address, have had at least 4 companies dissolved and been resigned from 2 others, still active but at the same address, and are linked to more of the companies at different addresses. They have also not been 100% transparent in their previous application on this property. I'd like to make some pointed comments about Portsmouth City Council being caring to its community that was brought up in the previous plan. There is a huge amount of development opportunity within this Portsmouth area. Why are we depleting good family home when there are many alternatives, hybrid options, brownfield sites and developments? Is this an easy option, as cash is available for those other options? There has been a reduction of the 3 to 4 bedroom homes, so why are we taking another one out of that? The PCC case manager has not been contactable for a vast majority of this time, if at all. I've not heard of any cases. The portal has been down many times, and access granted to the demographic of the street. I'm talking about IT literate people. We've had to go round that number of times. Why did this notice go to only 4 residents in the street, very late time, and the street notice went up 10 days after the application assigned to the street? So to summarise the challenges, on 8.4 you mention the HMO would be a small contribution to the housing issue, but would you get government funding for this?
Mr Nichols, if you could bring your comments to a close, I'd be grateful.
I will do. There's a few more. So I'll just go to the main one. C3 dwelling compared to HMO. Whether you measure this by 2.3 people to 7 people, water 400 litres to 770, or cars 2 to 7, This is not a typical C3 dwelling. Also, the European Convention on Human Rights for Secure and Safe Homing mentions that the points with the previous people should be given a fair trial, and is a 12-minute opposition by tenants not suited to this type of structured environment a free and fair trial. I don't believe the 12 minutes and the time given for this application is.
Mr Nichols, thanks very much indeed. Okay, so we now come to the agents for the application.
Thank you. Apologies if I get any of my words wrong. This is my first time on the microphone, and I'm probably not the most popular person in the room at the moment. So the application, as we know, was here 3 weeks ago. The application hasn't changed in that time. I'm just going to go through the application and make a few more comments. I am unfortunately just a human being with a job to do, and my job today is representing our clients, and I just make a point that Apple Court are an architectural and planning company. So the objections are quite common. We hear it a lot. I read all the objections on our applications, and I'll get to those in a moment. But the application before you offers 7 spacious bedrooms which meet or exceed 10 square metres. Due to the spacious bedrooms, the required standard of communal area in this case is 22.5 square metres, and the property provides 28.14 square metres. An additional WC has also been provided on the ground floor. The property benefits from a large rear garden, providing outdoor amenity space for the occupants, and there is a garage at the rear in which cycles can be easily accessed and stored, which is an additional benefit for keen cyclists. As stated on the plans, all rooms are for single occupancy to a maximum of 7 people. I've lived in HMOs, and in my experience, if someone's taking liberties and having people over all the time, staying over, the other occupiers will pick this up with the landlord. And concept of 14 occupants and their vehicles is a bit far-fetched, and it would also be a breach of the licence. Moving on to some of the objections that were put online, a common theme is the parking issues. There is a possibility that all 7 tenants could have cars. There's just as much a possibility that they wouldn't. And if this is the case, these 7 cars are already on our roads, and they would also be looking for a parking space. The issue is not exclusive to the north of the city. The issue is not exclusive to the north of the city. I live in Southsea. We've got a parking permit system up there. It doesn't make much of a difference. A lot of households have got more than 1 car. This is a national problem that's not going to be resolved here today. Moving on from this, there's talk of the developers charging rents that are similar to a 1-bedroom flat, leaving tenants unable to save for a mortgage. High standard HMOs are all inclusive, so the additional costs for electric, water, gas, Wi-Fi, council tax, they haven't got to pay these, so it does give them a bit more of an opportunity to save. There's been a high level of prejudgment against the developers and the future occupiers. In this instance, the developers are doing things properly by making sure it's done by the book in terms of planning, building control, licensing, etc. We do have values at Apple Court, and we wouldn't be standing here endorsing this application if we had any doubts that it was not being done properly. You could have a worse situation. It could have just been brought and converted quickly without any thought to planning and licensing. Some people will just deal with that when they're forced to, and they can drag that out for months, maybe years sometimes. You could have a nightmare family from hell, or you could even have an Airbnb, which is completely uncontrollable, and you have no idea what's happening or when it's happening. So you can choose your friends, you can't choose your neighbours. In this scenario, you will have people living and working nearby. They might even have something to contribute to the local society. But it looks like a lot of people have made up their minds about the type of person who might be living here, and these people are being persecuted before they've even arrived. That's not what I consider community spirit. The fact that these high standard properties tend to be occupied suggests there is very much a demand and therefore a need for them. The last census revealed we have over 208,000 residents in Portsmouth. The average number of HMOs as per the database suggests around 12.5% of our population require shared accommodation. You might not want them in your backyard, but the HMOs need to be somewhere. Portsmouth introduced planning restrictions in 2011. Before then, an HMO could spring up anywhere. A lot of the 4,000 plus entries on the HMO database were there before 2011. Quite a lot of them have probably stopped operating since. Licenses have also stepped up their game, so the low standards you associate with the term HMO are being dealt with. As I've already said, everything Apple Corps present today and every day comply with the policies and criteria set by legislation, otherwise we would not be here. Planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask that people be a little bit more optimistic and the committee support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, Councillor Simpson, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank all the residents that have attended here today on the left. I'd also like to thank the Planning Committee for allowing this application to be deferred to this date, which has allowed residents to either give deputations or add to the deputations today heard. The deputations read from the residents are not just singular opinions or concerns, but collective representation of how we feel about HMOs being placed in family roads areas, 129 objections. The impact of HMOs in these areas will increase the parking woes, increase noise and waste rubbish, potentially rise ASB within the area, but most importantly will heavily impact our sewage system, which is already stressed, especially in Merivale Road. I have 2 emails and maps and photographic evidence which you've all been supplied with. Very specifically to PO20TJ, which is the western part of Merivale Road. There's also data for the eastern too. Firstly, if you could look at the email from our own senior drainage engineer at Portsmouth City Council, Harvey Cable, who has outlined issues in the majority of the PO20JT postcode, with the last case being only last year. Photograph has been provided. And I want to note that this is the Wintermere Road, this is near the Wintermere Road junction, a stone throw away from this proposed 7-bedroom HMO. It's marked in red on map. The officer then suggested that Southern Water could have further record as there were such cases beyond the PCC and COLAS team. I reached out to Dr. Stephen Dart, who is the sewer network manager for Southern Water, Hampshire East, who, while I was discussing the area, was professionally surprised by the amount of sewage drainage issues this particular postcode had. These dates are from only 2018-2024, and they have amount to 14 blockages, 2 in external flooding, 6 foul in public space, and 5 other issues outside of the public strain. You can also see the 2 other postcodes being in the west of Merivale Road, which 10 blockages and external flooding. You can also see, and there's an email which I got this morning, which actually gives you the blockages from this year, last being only in February. Considering these blockages are from houses that are most likely from 1 bathroom and 2 toilets, how on earth can 6 additional bathrooms, toilets not increase strain on our sewage network? And especially so close to where both our own officer and Southern Water manager have identified historic blockages. For this reason, I would like to suggest the Planning Committee to refuse planning permission for this application based on inadequate capacity available for drainage and unacceptable increase to the level of foul water disposal service and local service water flood risk, contrary to policy PCS 112, flood risk of Portsmouth Plan 2012. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russell. Okay. Colleagues, we now come to questions from members of the committee, and I have a few questions to start with to Edward. First of all, Edward, people who come to talk to us have come to talk about the problems of building, the extension and the area and the roof which is being extended, etc. Can I ask, do they have to get do the owners have to get planning permission for this, or can they do this whether they want to, or whether we want them to do or not?
Councillor, thank you for your question. As set out in the report and as I mentioned in my presentation, no, the works proposed are they are development, but they are development not requiring planning permission. They are permitted developments under the General Planning Development Permitted Development Order.
Okay, so government policy just allows them to do this building without needing planning permission. Anybody can just go and do it.
That's correct.
Which I think we all find very unacceptable, but it's what the government has decided. But we have to work within the law that we work with. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, Any other questions from Councillor Dorrington?
Thank you, Chair. So there's a number of questions I've got with regards to the information put in front of me. Firstly, who's in charge of the information? Is that part of the planning permission, or is that something that's created by yourselves and then proposed to us?
Can you be a bit more specific? What sort of thing are you asking for?
So page 26.
Yep.
So we've got outset plans on page 26.
Yep.
And then if you move over to page 30, the graph set out on page 30, denoting room sizes against rooms, does not correspond to the rooms on page 26. So I believe that element of the report is misleading.
Okay. So can you highlight which ones you think are wrong?
Yeah, rooms 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Bedrooms?
On floors 1, 2 and 3, yes.
Okay. Edward?
Councillor, yes. With regard to room...
Yeah, into the mic, please.
With regard to room sizes, the areas set out in the table 1 on page 30 are measured by the officers using measuring off the plans. The floor space figures provided by applicants on floor plans are never taken as read. They are always double checked by officers in consideration of the application.
Okay,
and that is the data presented to you.
It's only on page 30. Room 1 and 2 are denoted on the ground floor. Yet when you go on to page 26, room 1 and 2 are on the 3rd floor. So I just wondered, is the building upside down or?
Kieran.
Councillor Dorrington, it may assist paragraph 8.12, which is the paragraph immediately above the chart you refer to with room sizes. The application seeks sui generis HMO use for 7 persons and proposes the following room sizes as measured by the planning officer, as shown in table 1 below. Please note that the room numbers in the table below may not correspond to the numbers allocated on the plans and are calculated front to back from ground floor to the 2nd floor. So that's probably where you're getting the confusion from.
Right, okay. Secondly, with regards to the plans provided, are we able to take into account whether we feel that the development will in some way be discriminative towards the elderly or people with people with mobility issues at all? Would that be a material reason?
Councillor, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, so with regards to the plans provided, which is the only information I have to go on, would the fact that if we thought that the plans provided did not take into account access for disabled people, the elderly, infirm or anybody with mobility issues, would we take that into account on passing or refusing, or would that be a building control issue?
Issue.
Right, okay. I just refer to that point with regards to the front door makeup on the plans. And thirdly, with regards to the head height in the loft space, we've got, again, it's a struggle to tell because the floor layout doesn't directly represent in the table, so I'm not quite sure of those room sizes on the 3rd floor, so I have to make an assumption on those. With regards to the head height being below 1.5 metres, have we got confirmation of whether that's a true line through the middle? Because if it is, then it looks like the room actually falls below the 10 square metres needed for the 7th bedroom.
Councillor Dorrington, on the plan on page 26,
yeah.
If you look at on the proposed 2nd floor, the bedroom on the bottom of there's a little dotted line.
Yes.
That denotes the difference between where the roof height is above or below what is acceptable.
Yeah.
The bit underneath is not counted towards the floor size because it's not.
And is that not taken into the floor space on the table?
That's not taken into account.
Okay. Yeah. I find it a little bit confusing.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the rules to make sure that we don't have all rooms built with 3-foot ceilings. Okay. So I have another question that came from deputations, which was to say, to ask whether we have the power just to say no to having an HMOs, and whether family houses should remain as family houses. Edward, do we have that power?
The council does have that power where the proposal is contrary to the guidance in the policy in SPD. So that hence the percentage and the property count within the 50-metre radius of the proposal. Also, where HMOs are, if for example in the street you get an HMO, a residential dwelling, and an HMO, that's known as a sandwiching effect and is not acceptable. But in this case, as the resultant percentage is below the 10% threshold, above which a community is deemed to become imbalanced, then in policy terms it is acceptable.
So if we're below 10%, then an owner of a property is able to convert to a family house to an HMO.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. My understanding is that in surrounding councils there is no limit and any house can be converted to an HMO without needing planning permission. In Portsmouth we are stricter, but we are only as strict as the government will allow us to be. Councillor Mason.
2 questions. The first deputy spoke about the problems which would be caused to her by the extension, and it would affect light. Does the matter of light impinge upon the question of whether it is or is not permitted development?
No, Councillor, it doesn't.
So you could have permitted development which cut off people's light quite considerably, and we could do nothing about it. Is that correct?
Permitted development allows for extensions up to a certain size, beyond which planning permission is required. The size constraints on permitted development are set out in legislation. I don't have that legislation to hand at the moment, but provided it is within the extension is no longer than the distance set out in the GPDO, then there is no additional planning control.
Right, thank you. The second question I have concerns the matter of sewerage, which was raised by Councillor Simpson. This is a matter of concern, but I know that there are blockages and problems with manhole covers throughout the city. Is the problems here, is this exceptional, or is this what you would normally expect in old streets within this city?
I don't have any evidence either way on that, Councillor, I'm afraid, but with respect to drainage, drainage inadequacies are not the fault of the applicant and are not really for the planning system to resolve. I don't think in the wider context that would make a material difference. I mean, a C3 dwelling, as you know, can allow for up to 6 people, albeit related, to live. This is an HMO proposal for 7. I don't think in this case it would be a reasonable reason, excuse my words, to refuse the application on that basis.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Atwell, followed by Councillor Dorrington.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Vernon gave a powerful and emotional deputation, and I was pleased to welcome her here previously. Part of the deputation raised this idea that the 129 objections should lend weight to our decision making. I wonder if you could explain whether, in material terms, that should be part of our consideration here today, and were the application to be refused, which is clearly what 129 people would like, I think they're all objecting. Would any weight be attached by the inspectorate to the number of objections?
That's a difficult one to answer, Councillor. I mean, clearly the decision is in the hands of the committee. You will have regard to the number of objections stated and the reasons that they are stating their objections. You will also have regard to the material considerations as set out in the report. And in my experience, I mean, clearly, if you're refusing an application, it has to be for sound, defensible planning reasons. I cannot prejudge whether you're, the weight you give to 129 objections being as a number in that process. I think it's down to the comments and the issues being raised by those objectors.
Just sort of looking for some guidance around whether the 129 objections would provide sound and defensible.
So, Councillor Atwell, I look at a. Oh, sorry, Kieran as lawyer.
Thank you, Chair. The question is, it goes to the content of those 129 objections. If you had 129 objections that all said the sole reason for us objecting to this is because of the detrimental impact it will have on our property value, because the law states that the impact on property value is not a material consideration, it's not something that this committee can lawfully take into consideration. So in that situation, all 129 of those objections would essentially be invalid. You wouldn't be able to take them into account. That clearly isn't the case here. You've got to look at the content of those objections, but it doesn't matter how many times the same point is repeated. So you're really looking at it, like bluntly, it's a case of quality, not quantity. So you cannot be moved by the fact that they've drummed up more than 100 objections to this application. So that sounds dramatic. There's people that are motivated by big numbers. I can see the sort of reason your mind goes in a certain direction when hearing those things. But as a matter of law, it really comes down to the content of the objections. So that's what you need to focus on today.
Councillor, I am conscious that the St James's application, where there were hundreds of people who opposed it, and this committee opposed, and not a single member of this committee supported the planning application at St James's. Hundreds of people opposed it, but the government inspector agreed it, including chopping down 50 protected trees, and they just overrode what anybody locally thought. And that's just the world we live in, unfortunately, with the planning system that the government has imposed on us. Okay, I had Councillor Dorrington next.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just one more thing. Trying to get to grips with the floor plans with regards to rooms. Could we please just get up the room plans again?
Now we have to get our colleagues from Democratic Services to be able to hit the right buttons. Here we are.
So just taking into account the floor space, so I'm just looking at bedroom number 5, which is 10.05 square metres. So presumably we're talking about something that the size of half a sheet of A4 paper as to whether it falls within that category or without the category on the floor space. I'm just wondering, is the hallway part of that usable space? So is that being taken into it, or has that already been taken out before we've done those calculations?
So that's the little corridor in from the door?
That's the corridor and obviously the curve behind the door and those sorts of things.
Okay, so it's in the middle the middle plan. I
believe it's. Is it?
No, it's top right.
Top right. Yeah.
The middle floor.
Is that bedroom? That's bedroom 5, isn't it? I think.
So that's. So can we make sure
I'm
that
not the only one confused.
So yes. So that's bedroom 5 on the plan. Ed, in terms of floor space, it looks to be quite a large one. And in terms of the plan, the list on page 30, which one is it? So bedroom 5 on the plans is bedroom 4 in the list. So
Oh,
it's at
really?
11.34 square metres.
That's not misleading in any way, shape, or
Well, I
form.
think there are clearly improvements that we need to look at in terms of how these things are presented in the future.
Yeah.
That is noted, Councillor, yes.
Edward, so...
That will be down to the case officer, and words will be had, yes.
Okay, Councillor Dorrington, do you want to carry on?
I may come back to you in a moment once
Okay.
I've had a chance to have a look.
Councillor Atwell.
So which ones?
So can we go back to having the plans on the screen, please?
So bedroom 5 on the table is which?
So, Edward, Ed, do you want to go through and on the list on page 30, could you give us, so that you've got it exactly right, on the plan, what equates to which one, please?
Give us a couple of seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Preferably so we can modify page 26, because frankly the print is too
Or-
small for us to see it.
Or page 30, whichever, as long as we've got a consistent numbering system.
Well, those of us who can't actually see the print on the plans need to have the plans renumbered to
Okay.
be...
And
be
so
sure.
again, I think it's something we can ask
We
for
have
is that plans are big enough for
We
us to
have
be
asked
able
for
to
this
see.
before, Chair. We ask for it all the time, and you know we must be able to.
Okay. I'm sure colleagues will take that away.
So, Chair, what we want is the numbering on the plan so that we can then check. But I think the corridor, Councillor was raising the question of the room in the top right of the proposed first floor plan
Yep.
has incorporated a good deal of corridor,
Yeah.
which we have used in the
But-
past. We have seen that.
But
as a
it's at
reason.
11.34, which
Absolutely.
is...
I'm not passing comment. I'm
Even
just
that
saying-
would, taking the corridor out, won't take it below the 10 metre
I
square.
deliberately didn't comment on
Yeah.
that. I was just identifying it for people.
Okay.
Okay, right, we have an answer. So the bedrooms is numbered on the plans versus the bedrooms that are numbered in the table on page 30. So if I read, I'll read it out in the order of the table bedroom number followed by the plan bedroom number.
Okay.
So bedroom 1 is bedroom 6 on the plans.
Sorry, we can't read what's on the plans.
Okay, so can you describe where...
Use the red spot. You can almost see it on that.
Have we got a red spot?
We've got a red spot.
Okay.
Trouble is, I can't, on the slide show view in PowerPoint on this laptop, it's very difficult for me to see as well.
So, actually, Edward, if you could describe the location...
Hang on, I've now got... This is why you need a colleague here.
We do.
Right. So, would it be easier if I just simply went through what's on the drawing?
and-
So, okay.
yes.
So this one here is bedroom 7 on the plans
So that's halfway up on the ground floor.
and is bedroom 2 in your table. Okay, that's on the ground floor.
Yeah.
at
And the front one on the ground floor,
front
Edward?
one, yes, sorry, bear with me, is bedroom 6 on the plans and bedroom 1 on the table.
Okay, first floor.
First floor.
The front bedroom. With the bag.
front bedroom is bedroom 3 on the plans and is bedroom 3 on the table.
Excellent. Consistency. The one at the top left.
Top left is bedroom 4 on the plans and bedroom 5 on the table.
Okay, top right.
Top right is bedroom 5 on the plans and bedroom 5 on the plans and bedroom 4 on the table.
Correct.
And
No.
then second floor,
The top one.
the attic, room at the front is bedroom 1 on the plans, and bedroom 6 in the table.
So,
bedroom 1 on the plans, bedroom 6 in the table. That's the one with the restricted headroom where the floor area has been measured for that part of the room above the 1.5 metre height. And then the bedroom at the rear will benefit from the proposed dormer window is bedroom 2 on the plans and bedroom 7 on your table.
okay. Edward, if you could pass back, I think the committee's view is the numbers need to be consistent, and in future, if they're not, we won't look at the applications, and that the plans need to be a much bigger size, and if they're not, we won't look at the applications. Okay? All right. Thank you. Does Judith, Councillor Smythe, sorry.
Question. We were talking about whether the numbers of applicants, of the public that have written in
Yep.
to comment on these plans. And I think I want to draw attention to the paragraph, sorry, it won't take me a moment to find it, the paragraph that describes the planning grounds that we're going to use to make judgments, which is on page 28. I'd just like to ask a question about when we're thinking about what we are allowed to take into account. The principal development deals with whether it's got permitted development or not, whether it is development. The standard of accommodation is what we've been talking about, which is the sizes and other things like whether you can stand up in the bathroom or open the door in other areas. And that table does show us that the standard of accommodation is okay. Impact upon amenity of neighbouring residents. We have heard some of the comments have been made about that, and I'd like you to explain in planning terms what it is we're allowed to take into account, because you've already said that in planning terms any potential effect on house values is not a planning consideration, so that needs unpicking. Parking, I think, is fairly obvious, but it'd be worth pointing out to people, as there are a lot of people interested here, that parking is to do with additional parking from what it would have been as a house, which might have had a number of adult children. And the waste is the one I really want you to focus on, please, because we've had a submission from Councillor Russell about the number of difficulties with sewage and waste. I would like you to define in planning terms what it is we are allowed to take into account in terms of waste from sewerage and other things, or whether that is simply refers to whether there's a space to put the bins and if that's in an acceptable position. I think we need to unpick those a little bit, because those are the things we can focus on. We can't focus on most of or a lot of the things on the list on the previous page because of what the law says. So if you could give us a little bit more explanation about the ones I've highlighted, I think it might help the people here to understand in what way we can think about this and in what way we can exercise our duty as a planning committee.
Thank you. Edward, over to you.
I mean, I understand with waste, for example, it would be useful referring people to the advice given. We always take advice on these things from highways and from on waste. There's a little paragraph, and it only talks about the storage of refuse and recyclable materials. It doesn't talk about waste in the terms that Councillor Simpson raised it. So I think a little bit more explanation would be useful to those present.
Edward.
Councillor, thank you. Sorry.
If you could take us through paragraph 8.1 on page 28 and comment in some more detail on each of the points there of what we can and what we can't look at.
I think I asked specifically for...
Yeah, but particularly on waste.
Waste and residents'
and
amenity.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
8.1 does indeed set out the main material planning considerations. Sorry.
Okay. Edward.
8.1 does set out the material planning considerations. And these will have been carefully assessed by the case officer in writing his report.
Judith, Peter, can you turn your mics off, please?
Sorry.
In respect of parking, provided it doesn't cause a highway safety issue, that's not a reason to refuse planning permission. The council's parking SPD requires 2 spaces for a 4-bedroom HMO or above, and based on census data, and I'm advised there is no empirical evidence to the contrary, and therefore it is officers' view that it would be unreasonable to refuse application on that basis. Similarly, as I've explained in respect of drainage, it would be unreasonable to refuse the application on the basis of the impact on the drainage system. With regard to bins, there is adequate space to store the required number of bins. I hope I've covered your points, Councillor. So, could you just...
The comments that you made haven't commented on sewerage or anything like that, so perhaps to explain why that isn't included in something we can consider would be useful.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm unsure of your question.
So it's about the sewerage.
Sewerage
and
waste rather than...
how is that covered in reference 8.25 waste? Is sewerage a reason that we can take into account when deciding to give planning permission or not? I think is the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Yes, I would agree that waste in 825/826 is simply dealing with garbage, refuse waste, as opposed to drainage waste.
So can we as a committee look at the issue of sewerage, Edward, as a planning reason for making a decision on this, yes or no?
I think, as I said before, that any existing drainage inadequacies are not the fault of...
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if we could, we're trying to tease this out. We're being given professional advice. If you could give the courtesy of allowing the advice to be given, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. Edward.
So, I'm not a drainage engineer, for one thing. The scheme, if approved, is subject to the water condition of 110 litres per person per day, water efficiency condition number 3. And I would say again that it is officers' view that the application would not result in a material increase in difference to flooding from foul incidents.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, colleagues, we've been spending quite a lot of time on this. Can we move to a conclusion? But last, Mr. Councillor Atwell.
I've got a question.
Of course.
So, bedroom 6 on the table, and apologies, I think I lost which one that was on the floor plans. Okay, is 10.17.
That's correct.
Square metre thing, and it's the if we can get the plans up.
Okay, back to plan.
The front bedroom with restricted head height, isn't it? So, just to be clear, so 10.17 includes, isn't it the one on the right-hand side?
So you're talking about on floor 2, the one at the front of the bedroom, front of the house.
I think that's the one I'm talking about.
Yep, so that's number 6 in the table.
10.17.
Correct.
Yes.
10.17 includes the space under the restricted height.
Specifically does not.
Just so everybody's very clear,
Yes.
that the usable space is 10.17.
The usable space above the restricted
because
headroom
that
line.
informs our decision making.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, any more questions? Councillor Smythe.
I'm afraid there was another question in that list. I wanted the officers to give us the definition of what is included on impact upon amenity of neighbouring residents, because one of the speakers gave us a most cogent and understandable points were made about her feelings of security and about this lockable gate that they have at the moment. Can we do anything through the planning system, for example, to make it a condition that that lockable gate remains lockable, for example, or any other way of reassuring her about safety, or is that not allowed either?
Safety, crime, fear of crime is a material planning consideration, so it's something you need to consider.
But that's not exactly what I'm asking. I mean, fear of crime you would find if I can think of other circumstances other than a residential street when that might apply, but that wouldn't apply. It's about whether or not we could impose a condition on this lockable shared access that the objector was worried would be taken away.
Sorry, we're just checking, Councillor, to see whether the gate is in the red line, the application site boundary or not. If it is, then yes, we can put a condition on.
While that's being done, any other questions? I'm very conscious of time. Councillor Dorrington.
Sorry to keep coming in, Chair. So going back to bedroom number 5.
Now, on the plan or on the list?
I believe they're both the same now, or they are on mine. So
okay.
bedroom 5 on the list, 4 now 5 on the plan. So it's not to confuse the situation any further. That is currently 10.05 square metres of usable space.
And that's the one on the first floor on the top left?
Yes, with the, I'll call it a threepenny bit-shaped ensuite.
Yep.
Because why wouldn't you? Does the 10.05 square metres take into account the opening of the door space or not? Is that classed as habitable, usable space?
Yes.
So bedroom 5 is the one with the small sort of corridor area.
So,
yeah.
so no, hold on.
Apparently
no.
not.
No.
So bedroom 5 in the list is the top left on the first floor.
Yeah, so we wouldn't go in so far as to think about the space behind the door not being included within...
You can hang your coat there.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the actual door space itself. Is that
yeah,
in
no,
or out
we
of?
wouldn't remove that from
okay.
the calculations. And just to answer your earlier question, Councillor, about the bedroom next to it with the small corridor area, I just measured up the plans, and if you remove that small corridor area, it still comes out over 10. It's 10.32.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Okay. Any other questions, please?
If I can just get back to Councillor Smythe about the gate issue. So the red line includes half the width of the shared access way between 38 and its neighbour.
So therefore we can use that as an issue. Okay, any other questions before we move to any proposals and comments? Okay, so most of the issues that people have raised, very understandably from local residents, are things that we have huge sympathy with, but there are things that the government will not allow us to use in making a decision. So all the building work is outside the control of this committee and can happen whether we like it or not. Having HMOs in the city is nothing. We can limit it at 10% and above, but below that we have no ability to stop people from having HMOs. much as we might want to. Again, in parking, we've tried using parking as a reason to say no to HMOs in the past, and the planning inspectors have overridden us every single time. For me, the issue that I think is different here is that we have been given specific evidence about the problems with sewerage. It's not a general thing about the sewers being overwhelmed. It's specific to this property and these few properties, and I think that gives me the feeling that we have got a reason to say no, because it's not a general thing. It's demonstrable to that area, and that area. It might be to other areas, but it's demonstrable to that small area. So the planning inspector might well choose to have a completely different view, but in my view, I would move from the chair that on the issue of sewerage, we reject this planning application for it to be an HMO. I'm sure Kieran will tell me we're not allowed to, but I will still propose that. Kieran.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, well predicted. In my view, the quality of the pleaded evidence is poor. You haven't got a direct source that's written in and put their name to it. I'm a little bit alarmed for the employee that Councillor Simpson's mentioned. Seems to be in the employment of Southern Water, but isn't making an official representation on behalf of Southern Water. They haven't commented on this application, and my understanding from speaking to officers is that as a matter of routine, Southern Water do not offer any kind of representations on HMO applications. And it goes back really, I think, to the point that Edward was articulating about sewage is a material consideration, but is it what's the weight you would attach to it in this given application? I don't think at the single individual HMO level there's really very much that Southern Water could be expected to do, which is where your mind needs to go in terms of whether there would be any reasonable conditions that you could impose to overcome such an objection. And if you can't, then you would generally go towards a refusal. But this is a single, and it goes back to the cumulative increase argument that I know you're all sick of. This is an increase of a few more residents. It's not an application for 100 new homes where you could sit down with Southern Water and say, okay, what are you doing about the sewage here? Because that's a whole new housing estate. What are we going to do? You're at different ends of the scale, potentially. So my advice as Councillor Vernon Jackson would apparently agree with is the planning inspector is not going to be impressed to see this on their desk as an appeal against refusal grounded on the sewage in this instance.
Okay, thank you for the advice. I remain of my view that we should, and I'm happy to propose that planning permission is refused on the grounds of that the sewerage is, has been demonstrated to already be a problem, and the increased numbers of people will make that worse. I have Councillor Dorrington and Councillor Smythe. Councillor Dorrington. Oh, and Councillor Atwell, sorry.
I would take a view to second that proposal.
Councillor Smythe.
I don't want to second that proposal. I want to propose 2 further conditions.
Fine.
I don't think the sewerage question is going to stand up. There are problems across the city, and also it's quite often you find a family with 7 people, and there's only so much people can or would want to put down into the sewage system. I would like to propose a condition, our usual condition on cycle storage, which I don't believe I can see here. And secondly, I would like to see a condition on maintaining the secure gate down the shared driveway, which of which half is in the application development site.
Okay.
But otherwise, to approve this application because it meets all the other planning requirements that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell.
Thank you. I think I'd like to move a motion to refuse, but on a different material planning consideration. Fear of crime. I have considered this application on its own merits, and I've heard a very powerful deputation that in this instance, this application would impact the direct neighbour to an extent that material planning consideration could be considered.
Councillor Atwell, would you be happy if we added that to my proposal? So refusal for 2 reasons.
Let me think about it, but Kieran is looking at me in a curious way.
With complete sympathy and respect to the lady that spoke, I'm sorry, members, I just don't think that's going to be termed a material planning consideration. It's far too personal. It's not operating at the public societal level that the planning system is designed to engage at.
Considering this application on its merits, given all the information that's been made available to me.
Yes, and that's why it's entirely reasonable that you look at the issue of fear of crime and disorder, but it's the granularity that you're taking it down to in this particular case. I don't think it's going to be sustainable. I'm really concerned that you're now stacking up reasons for refusal that could lead to an award of costs against the council.
Okay, good. Hold on, Councillor Atwell,
I've proposed, but nobody seconded.
Okay.
Yet, and I'm still considering the
Lovely.
sewage.
Okay, Councillor Smythe?
You didn't ask for seconders of my
No, indeed. Is there a
recommendation
seconder for Councillor
for
Smythe?
recommending approval with the 2 additional
Correct.
conditions, cycles, and the retention of the lockable gate
Okay.
and the shared access.
Okay, can I, so Councillor Mason?
Yes, I'm prepared to second that.
Okay.
I think the matter of security and the lockable gates is important. I think that with that, we have no real option but to accept the proposal. So far as the sewerage is concerned, it does strike me that the increase over what would be permitted as a C3 development is only 110 litres a day, which is manageable by would appear to be manageable by the system. There are blockages, but those are blockages which are within the remit of Southern Water rather than within the remit of the householder. So I don't see that we can refuse on those grounds. So I disagree with you, Chairman, on this one. But I would certainly second Councillor Smythe's proposal.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 proposals that are proposed and seconded. Councillor Candlish.
I would like to ask through the chair a piece of legal advice. So, if we were to accept either Councillor Atwell's comment or the comment about the individual case on the sewage, because I understand the point about that the law is truly not, I don't think it is framed to deal down to the individual case. If we were to approve this, we would be setting quite a big precedent, and I would expect this committee to then be receiving every single week comments from individual residents with their own personal and often very justified feelings about what is going on. So would we, if we were to make an appeal on these 2 bases, in fact, get any more clarity, which we would then be able to provide to residents in advance as advice as to what can or could not be considered, so that we avoid having this conversation every 3 weeks? Because at the moment, residents don't have an expectation of the system, which we are week by week having to explain to them that we are not able to change until the government, I noted Penny's involvement in this. I have some thoughts there, but let's not go there. I don't want to make this political. This is about precedents and helping people understand what and what is not possible. We ourselves are not entirely certain on this point. Would an appeal help us understand that? Because if it were, I might be willing to support Councillor Jackson's appeal just to get that clarity.
Thank you for that, Councillor Candlish. Firstly, I repeat the point that I think it's a bad argument and you will lose. Secondly, but let me go on. There is an appeal pending at 61 Chads Avenue, ironically St Chad being the patron saint of clean water, that takes this particular point on the sewerage, where from memory there was more cogent evidence in as much as that there were photographs from the local area. I couldn't tell you how far away, whether that will be held up. but that is something that's currently at appeal with the planning inspectorate. So the authority will get an answer on that point from the planning inspectorate in due course, but I couldn't say when. Does that answer your question as much as you were looking for?
I think probably yes. I would be willing to accept a reversal by the planning inspector if it gave clarity on these points. So there is sometimes it's worth asking a question just to find the answer.
And it's certainly the case that officers are duty bound to take the planning inspectorate's decisions into account when drafting these reports, which is why, as you'll see later on, we've got chapter and verse on the Lane appeal and the Campbell Properties appeals. So yes, that is something that will be factored through into future decision making once we have it.
Okay, colleagues. So we have two proposals on the table. And
sorry, I didn't catch if it was Candlish or Dorrington that seconded your motion, Chair.
Dorrington.
It was Dorrington, thank you.
And the rule is that we do them in the order that they were proposed. So the first one to come forward for a vote is for refusal, as proposed by myself, seconded by Councillor Dorrington, on the.
But do you want officers to consider wording to back that up before
yes.
you go to the vote? Yeah.
Okay.
But that's your intentions to go to the
Yep.
vote shortly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If not immediately. Chris. Councillor Atwell, sorry.
Chair, I might know the answer, but you wouldn't consider addition...
Yes, that's what I suggested.
Well, if you would add the fear of crime.
Yes. Yeah. I think we've had a powerful argument. Colleagues, just to let you know, I think it would be helpful for the whole committee to have a report on, over the last couple of years, looking at the applications that have come forward to us for housing of multiple occupation, where we've said yes, what proportion, where we've said no, what's been the outcome of the committee saying no? Have they gone to appeal? And if so, what has been the council's success rate in defending those decisions at appeal or not? Or have developers accepted our decision and then moved forward? So I think that would be helpful for all of us to see the outcome of what we say, because we're not the final decision makers on these. The government planning inspector is the final decision maker, and we need to know if what we say carries any weight with the people who actually make the decision. I hope that would be useful for members. Councillor Dorrington.
Are we also able to add one more thing to it as well, which would be the feeling of insufficient evidence to prove that there is sufficient floor space within rooms 5 and room 6?
No, I really think, Nick, these have been measured by the planning officers from the plans, and to say that we don't accept those, I think is not the right way to be going. So I would caution against. I just think otherwise we'll spend every meeting saying we need to go and physically remeasure everything, and that is the route down to madness.
Councillor, could I just intervene with regard to the reason for refusal for drainage? If that is
foul water drainage.
Foul water drainage. If that is a reason, we also need to add in that it would result in a significant effect on the solar protection area, because it hasn't been demonstrated that it...
Well, I'm not sure one house affects the SPA.
Well, the St Chad's reasons for refusal...
Okay, fine. We did both. Okay, let's be
Well,
consistent then. All right, to be consistent.
Due to the lack of a Section 111 agreement at this time.
Okay. Can we now move to the vote, Kieran?
Chair.
We also need to work on the fear of crime reason for refusal.
Okay, so... Because I'm conscious it's just a bit after 1 o'clock, could I ask that there are members of the public who are wanting to come and speak, particularly on Kensington Road? Could we do that one before having a quick break? Can people cope with one more? Yeah, okay. And then we can have a break for tea, coffee, cigarette, sandwich, whatever, loos, whatever people's requirements are. Mary, are you buying for us all? And if you need a Mackie D's, it's just a little way away. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry it's taking some time, but we're trying to go through this in proper detail. Can I just check for the next application, Kensington Road? I know we got Dr. Mortlock here. When we went through before, Joanne Burks wasn't here. Has she arrived? You are here. Lovely. No, that's fine. No, you're very sensible. Okay. Did you please? Oh, yeah, no, all right, yeah. Okay, Kieran.
Right, members, we'll shortly hand over to Ed Lee in relation to the foul water drainage reason for refusal that you're seeking. I need to give you further advice on the fear of crime reason for refusal that you've given. I have looked over the planning officer's shoulder, and it is impossible, as far as I can see, to construe that in a way that officers would be able to defend an appeal. If you are intent on proceeding down this route, I'm going to ask Councillor Atwell as his motion to suggest wording to Ed Lee, but also offer himself as fronting up as the witness for the local planning authority on appeal if that's a refusal reason that he believes should go forward. Because I don't think that it's fair to put officers in the position of defending that. I just don't think that they can defend it.
While people are thinking, and just to save a bit of time, can I propose that the cycle storage condition is exactly the same as the one on page 92 of this report? Yeah, which is prior to the first occupation of the property as a house in multiple occupation, secure and weatherproof bicycle storage facilities for 4 bicycles, I think it's 4 for this number, shall be provided at the site and shall thereafter be retained for the parking of bicycles at all times. Reason: to ensure the adequate provision is made for cyclists using the premises in accordance with policies PCS 17 and PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan. I think the number is right for that, this number of 7, but I'm just checking that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Smythe, but for the time being, if the debate survives the next motion, then
I
we'll pick
understand
that
but
up.
I'm trying to save some time if it does.
Thank you.
And the second condition is about the preserving the current secure gate to the shared access, or an equivalent. No.
Okay, Councillor Atwell, your view on Kieran's advice. What do you want to do? And it's your choice.
Yeah, Kieran, and thank you as always for your counsel. I think I'd like to proceed, and I think the wording is something around the powerful testimony from, are we allowed to say Mrs. Vernon?
I would keep it generic if I were you.
Keep it generic.
Well,
So-
identify as the neighbour, perhaps.
Yeah, okay, so powerful testimony from the neighbour in this instance, at this time, that there's a reasonable belief of fear of crime. I would be happy to defend that.
Councillor Atwell, I have, following the powerful testimony of the adjoining neighbour, there is a reasonable belief of a fear of crime contrary to policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan.
Okay, colleagues. We now proceed to the vote?
You've also had drafted by Ed Lee the condition in relation to foul water and the
Okay.
SPA. So, if Ed, you could read those out.
Yeah, so it is not considered that there is an adequate capacity available for the drainage of foul water resulting from the proposed occupation of the site, nor details to provide confidence to the council that additional capacity will be provided prior to occupation, resulting in an unacceptable reduction of the level of foul water disposal service and local surface water flood risk contrary to PCS 12 of the Portsmouth Plan. And the second generic reason, due to the lack of a Section 111 agreement, the proposed development would result in a significant effect on the Solent Special Protection Area through additional recreational pressures and nitrates, with mitigation against these impacts being required. No justification or mitigation measures have been secured, and until such a time this has been approved, the proposal would have a significant detrimental impact on the Solent Special Protection Area, contrary to policy PCS 13 of the Portsmouth Plan, the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations, the Wildlife and Countryside Act, and Section 15 of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Okay. Can we now move to the vote, Karen? Okay, so the first is proposed by myself that we refuse planning permission on the grounds just listed. Can I see those in favour, please show.
I'll make that 7 votes in favour.
And those against, please show.
And 2 against.
And abstentions?
Should be none left over.
No, Shah's gone, so that makes the correct number.
Yeah, so the motion passes. Planning permission has been refused for the reasons just given.
Okay, and therefore the other proposals therefore fall. So that's that application refused. Okay, thank you very much indeed. But colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. We are not the final deciders on this. There's the government inspector. And actually, as we're in the middle of a general election, it's a very good time to talk to all candidates about giving councils more powers to say no to things, because most parties want to take our powers away from us because they think developers are being stopped by nasty councillors.
Cute.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to 141 Kensington Road. Just let colleagues leave. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Okay, so we'll now go to the presentation on 141 Kensington Road. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chair.
Edward, thank you.
Right. Hello, hopefully you can all hear me. So 141 Kensington Road, change of use from a C3 dwelling to a 7-bed HMO. Before committee, due to 26 objections, The main planning reasons, planning considerations are set out in paragraph 1.2 on page 35. The application site comprises a 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling, as shown on the location plan. I'll get my red pointer working again. So there's the application site highlighted there, and in aerial view there, on the west side of Kensington Road. In street view, it is this property here, highlighted by the red arrow. The property is set back from the highway by a small front garden, and it has also a fair-sized rear garden. Planning permission, as I said, is for a HMO for 7 people, all bedrooms, single occupancy. Again, there will be works carried out to the property under permitted development. Just bring to your attention that, and obviously they should not be considered as part of this application, but also that having consulted historic maps, the lean-to style rear addition is original, and therefore the proposed rear extension is within the 3-metre limit afforded to terraced houses. With regard to the concentration of HMOs within the area, as shown on screen, there are currently no HMOs. This one would result in a 3.7%, which is again well below the 10% threshold. With regard to floor plans, all the internal accommodation meets the adopted standards, and all 7 bedrooms have ensuite facilities. That's the existing plans, existing elevations, showing the existing lean-to rear extension. That's the proposed plans with the lean-to extension demolished and replaced by a flat roof one, but that is under permitted development, as I've said. So accommodation arranged over 3 floors, ground floor, first floor, and within the roof space. But all meeting the council standards. With regard to the matters raised in representations, fire safety is covered by licensing and building regs. Safeguarding issues, proximity to a school, nursery and playground, the planning authority can only assume that future occupiers will behave in a reasonable and lawful manner. Comments regarding the tree in the rear garden are noted, and all external works are to be carried out under permitted development. However, you will see in the report at page, page 46, condition number 5, there is a draft condition requiring stating that there should be no storage of equipment, materials, fuels and waste, as well as concrete mixing and use of fires within the root protection area of the tree in the rear garden. And an informative has been added, that's informative C on page 47, that it is to remind the applicant of their responsibilities in regard to Schedule 5 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act. Having regard to the material planning considerations as set out in the report on pages 40 through to 45, the officers conclude that planning permission should be granted. Thank you.
Edward, can I just check that the room, the numbering on the plan on page 38 and the numbering of the thing is right? Is right. I know we've at least got the right floors this time, but I'm just checking. And Judith says, Councillor Smythe says we're right with it. Okay, great.
This time they are correct.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Hurrah. We are all pleased. Okay, so we now have deputations from Dr. Mortlock and Joanne Burks to start with, then the agents, and then Councillor Swan. So, Dr. Mortlock.
My name is Gavin Hodson, I'm afraid, and I've had to deputise to Dr.
That's what I'm
Mortlock.
sorry.
She's had to go to a meeting. So
Yep, no problem at all.
She was here earlier waiting.
Yeah.
So, shall I
So,
start?
yeah, yep, do.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name's Gavin Hodson. Myself and Alice live at number 143 Kensington Road, which is the house next door to 141 with our 13-year-old daughter, Harriet. After reading the committee report on this property, we were in two minds actually about coming today, as it seemed a bit of a done deal. But on reflection, I think as a committee, you need to understand why this application is full of grey areas and may not be as straightforward as the planning committee report suggests. We've got to be honest about this. The application really is fundamentally about profit and the HMO creep, which is happening in a northern part of the city. Portsmouth has one of the highest profit margins in the UK for HMOs. The developing company is doing well. It has over 300 Portsmouth developments listed on its website. Now it's time to think about the residents of the city and how to put them first and to put us first. I'm not against living next door to HMO, but it should be a 4 or 5 bedroom quality development that respects the size of the house, the quality of life for those who live there and respects the surrounding neighbourhood. There's no evidence regarding the impact of HMOs and crowded living on the well-being of city residents, including those who actually live in HMOs. There is evidence to suggest that HMOs cause fragmentation of community cohesion. I recommend you start collecting the evidence locally, which your chair actually suggested only a few moments ago. Check and recheck, please, the size of the rooms once they've been completed as a priority, and put the needs of residents first before profit. I also have concerns about the quality of development. The application form has inaccuracies and there is inaccurate information in the paperwork. The developer has fed misinformation to residents, shows no respect to local communities. Currently, the building is being stripped out now. Bins are left outside, nails are left in the road, the front door has been left open overnight. Social media posts boast about successful planning applications and appeals. I also feel uncomfortable because our party wall surveyor has warned us about the quality of the plans and workmanship of the developer, and we haven't assigned our party wall paperwork or agreed to it due to inaccuracies and disagreements within how our side of the party wall is being worked to and developed upon. And now I'd like to highlight some points in the Planning Committee report which I do not think is balanced or reflective of the site, the surroundings and the impact on the amenity of the street and the neighbours. To start with, the description does not reflect the location at all. This is a desirable residential street of 20 beautiful terrace houses, overlooking a lovely, safe, family-orientated park. The house is a stone's throw from Mayfield School, which is the largest state school in the city. It's a busy street at school drop-off and pick-up times, and the location is popular with families. My wife's family have lived in the city for over 5 generations, and she is the last family member to remain here. We're only here still because we were lucky enough to find a house in this street last year, opposite the park. We moved because we couldn't afford similar properties in Southsea, where we used to live. The proximity of the school is important because published evidence reports that HMOs house transient populations and are associated with increased opportunistic crime, which could pose a risk to children hanging out in a park directly opposite. The traffic and road assessment is inadequate as there is no reference to the school and the impact that has on the flow of traffic and the additional pressures on parking. With reference to size, the house is too small for 7 rooms. There is 0 margin of error in 2 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in their sizing. 2 further bedrooms have space that is unusable, either because of the doorway or a sloping roof. Because of the size and position of the ensuite doors, only smaller people will actually be able to fit into them comfortably. This does not fill me with confidence that this will be a quality development or one that meets the minimum requirements. What's left of the rear garden, once the extension is built, is tiny, and the garden accommodates a garage as well as an enormous tree, which does block light, and that will block out light on the residents of 1412. You need to understand that this tree, unfortunately, I don't know whether you've got a photograph of the tree. You need to understand the tree is bigger than the house and towers over the neighbouring gardens. The roots will be impacted by this development, and a clear plan is needed to manage this tree and the wildlife habitats that live within it. We don't agree with the amenity assessment, and it contradicts a previous assessment by the planning team, which is documented in an earlier written objection, which should be in your paperwork. The planning committee report says this development would make a small contribution to the housing needs of the city, but it fails to mention that it results in a loss of a beautiful, affordable family home in a unique location. At present, published HMO data shows the supply of rooms in Portsmouth is greater than the demand.
So that's your time done. Could you
I've just got one sentence.
Yes, do.
Okay,
Do, absolutely.
Thank you. I have waited since 10:30.
Thank you.
There are 533 rooms available to a demand of 368 people in Portsmouth at the moment. And so in summary, I don't believe this is a balanced report. I think we feel it's mainly a cut and paste perception and misses much the detail that this case is clearly, that just makes this case clear. But thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Joanne Perks, welcome.
Thank you. As a resident of 125 Kensington Road, living as a family happily since 2002, I'm somewhat upset and alarmed that an HMO could even be possibly considered as a viable option for this street. This is a beautiful 1930s house and should remain as a family home. However, apart from structural change going up into the loft and extending out, this will not still provide enough adequate space for 7 people and 7 rooms, 7 bathrooms. And I don't know how the sewage is going to cope either. We sometimes have problems in our street with the drains, so I don't know how this is going to work. Parking, we have problems parking here as it is, with multiple cars and people coming to the park. Especially near a park with visitors, it does cause parking issues. Transient occupants possibly causing a public nuisance to residents of Kensington Road, the park and surrounding areas. I'd like to put a question to the developer. Would you like that next door to you? Probably not. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we now come on to the agent.
Thank you. I won't be talking quite as much as I did on the last one because I'm not winning any popularity contests today. 141 Kensington Road, as is the standard with the applications we represent, this property complies with the standards set by planning, policy and licensing. What you don't see is we also deal directly with building control, whose standards we also look to exceed at all times. The property will provide 7 bedrooms of a high standard, all in excess of 10 square metres, and with the provision of a spacious communal area, allowing over 26 square metres of usable space. This property also benefits from spacious rear access, allowing easier storage and use of bicycles, which may appeal to keen cyclists. Any issues with the building, plumbing and services will be addressed if discovered. And furthermore, there's provision of additional water tanks to mitigate any issues with water pressure, though it's unlikely all residents will be using the same facilities at the same time. We've been told 3 weeks ago that planning is not a numbers game, but it is the numbers that bring us to this room every few weeks. We've had 26 people objecting to this, although it appears that one is actually the product of an artificial intelligence program, and we can only presume that the instruction to ChatGPT on June the 5th was an isolated incident, and every other objection received by the LPA is from genuine residents. And with regard to Penny Mordaunt's letter, don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of Penny's, but she has stated that Applecore are a development company buying up properties in the area for conversion. As I've said before, we're a planning and architectural company with an expanding portfolio, which happens to include the planning, designing and management of HMO properties. Our architects are the core of the business, and the D in PDM does not stand for developers. Again, concerns around sewers and parking have come up, and these are not the results of HMOs, they're existing problems. The Victorian sewer system is a bigger issue and needs to be dealt with by Southern Water, and other matters of community infrastructure will be dealt with by the relevant parties. And once again, assumptions have been made about future occupiers and the risks they propose. There now seems to be a general consensus that criminals will be moving into these properties. These properties are aimed at hard-working, respectable people who can afford to live in a high-standard shared accommodation, and that they want to. The idea that anyone living in an HMO is will compromise your safety is a prejudgment, and hopefully the future occupiers will not be met with the same degree of prejudice if and when they move in. So to conclude, the planning officers recommend the application for approval, and we respectfully ask that the committee agree with this recommendation.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Swan.
Thank you. I'm objecting to this application on the following basis. Sewage waste. The sewer pipe serving all of the Kensington Road residences on the same block as 141 travels under private land belonging to residents before diverting down the driveway owned by 131 and 133 Kensington Road. This sewer pipe more specifically runs under the rear of each house, being the conservatory garden areas. A diagram of this has been provided for the members to see, ultimately from Southern Water, but the pipe is not in their ownership, and they therefore will obviously not comment on this important aspect of the sewage system. The pipework was laid in 1935 and is therefore nearly a century old, and was not built with expansion in mind. Adding 7 new toilets, sinks, showers to the system to be used by 1 to 2 people each will create significant additional load on this one pipe. If any blockages occur on the private part of this waste system, then there is no covenant in place to force the landlord to pay for the unblocking and any damage that may have occurred. Furthermore, the access to the manhole is via a private driveway between 131 and 133, which is too narrow to fit any large work van, so pumping out the sewer system will be difficult. This pipe has been blocked several times in the past 4 years, and neighbours tell me it has been blocked previous to this too. In fact, neighbours have told me that one resident has had to dig up his garden due to building waste causing the blockage. As such, there is extreme anxiety about the additional strain that this HMO will put on this old system, as well as how to manage and resolve any problems when they occur. And I reiterate that all of the previous issues that have occurred under the current configuration of the properties before the addition of 5 and 6 additional toilets, sinks and showers. The neighbours living in the property located next to the drive are the last property that has sewage passing through the shared pipe, and therefore the most burden prior to the waste exiting into Southern Water-owned sewage pipes. I know they feel strongly that the shared nature of these waste pipes would justify the rejection of an HMO on the block, or indeed any such block as this, due to the design of this sewage pipe. With this in mind, it would be highly appropriate for a full and detailed review of the sewage situation of this area of the application before any approval is given. This address is a few minutes walk from Mayfield School, King's Academy, College Park School, College Park Infant School, several nurseries, as well as College Park itself, and another nursery is also planned on Kensington Road in College Park. These properties were built as family homes, and given their ideal location, it is simply not appropriate to convert 414 into 7 dwellings for 1 to 2 people each. The council have environmental targets, and so it would be counterproductive to take away an ideal family residence so close to these schools, and so increase the chances of other families using cars to get their children to school instead. Mayfield in particular has been built as a green school with no parking, and so it is essential that existing family homes nearby are kept as such, so that children can actually walk to the schools that expect them to do so, rather than taking this away for landlord profits. Residents feel that keeping 141 as a family home is in alignment with PCC's green ambitions for the city. I also wish to add that the mental and physical health benefits of walking are well understood, and children especially need the opportunity to exercise as much as possible, with childhood obesity at an all-time high. A well-located property such as this is sorely needed in this modern age for children today. It has also been noticed that one of the proposed dwellings, bedroom 3, on the drawing, means that half of a window will be lost on the front of the house. This would be ugly and not in keeping with the residents' efforts to maintain and enjoy these lovely 1930s homes, and therefore is not in keeping with the area as a whole. We have heard in numerous occasions that standard guidelines only account for 2 vehicles per HMO. This is a gross oversight, as we all know that old cars can be obtained cheaply these days, and that there is no reason to assume that each of the separate 7 residents in the HMO wouldn't want to own their own car. I know people presenting their applications always like to say that they are confident that residents will utilise public transport, but this is an assumption and it should be taken as such. The parking and road issues are a major problem for Kensington Road and Chelmsford Road, as Mayfield School does not have any on-site parking, and so staff park in all of the surrounding roads. Rush hour traffic around the school pick-up and collection is also horrendous, with gridlock sometimes lasting for 30 minutes, while parents compete for space to ferry their children to and from school. Additionally, another nursery is planned to be added to College Park, further increasing rush hour traffic and parking demands. Road rage is a frequent occurrence on the corner of Kensington Road and Kirby Road and Kensington Road, Mayfield Road, as witnessed by residents and councillors alike. Kensington Road is already used as a rat run by speeding drivers hoping to avoid the Copner Road traffic lights, and there have been some nasty collisions over the years, including one more recently that destroyed someone's front bay window and wall, resulting in the collapse of a major part of their home. Adding these additional dwellings is going to compound matters terribly, and so given the unique placement of Kensington Road, with all these schools, including Mayfield, with no parking, and the adjacent Copner Road that results in more vehicles diverting down these local roads, and residents are understandably very nervous about the additional strain that the HMO will put on the community. We ask you to be pragmatic and consider this naive estimation of a mere 2 expected cars for 7 dwellings. We know from the plans that every room is expected to have a double bed, so realistically you can expect up to 14 people to occupy the HMO at any one time. It is not realistic to assume that these tenants will not have partners and or family who will come and stay with them, especially if there is space for them to sleep.
Councillor Swan, that's your 6 minutes. Could you just wrap up, please?
Yeah. I'm also concerned for the biodiversity of the garden area with this development. There's a mature tree in the central position of the garden, along with other shrubbery that's home to nesting birds, and also I'm told there's a family of foxes that live in the garden. So this development poses a risk to them too. Perhaps the developer could confirm that none of these will be removed. I strongly urge you to think of the negative impact this HMO will have on this family-centric community around College Park, unique even within Copner, that residents are so fortunate to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Swan. Okay, colleagues, so that's the presentation and the deputation. Oh, you're on the other page. My apologies, Councillor Dent. I'm shocked. My apologies.
Not a problem. I will make it short, as Benedict has covered most of my issues as well. Just the one thing about the water usage. It was mentioned before, average usage for a 3- or 4-bedroom house is roughly between 350, 400 litres per day. With 7 people in there, we're now looking at 720, 750 litres per day. I've lived in the area for quite a while. The water pressure around that area is poor at the best of times, and it's been mentioned that they're going to put a brake tank in there. That will not eliminate the problem, because all a brake tank does is basically fill up with water, and it's got a pump on it which pumps it to that one particular property. So that is an issue. The drainage issue, the sewerage issue, I'm not going to go over that again. Benedict's done an excellent job on that one, so I will leave that to your discretion. The last bit is from a resident, so as I keep saying, don't shoot the messenger. A concern from a resident. where the property looks over College Park, a playground area, possibly a nursery, they are really concerned about the people that may want to live there. And I will leave it at that, and I will not go into it any further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As I had said before, I think that's the end of deputations. We now have questions from members. Councillor Atwell.
Bedroom 3, please.
That's the front, the front bay.
So the question is, unsurprisingly perhaps, because it's 10 metres, it's bang on, isn't it?
Yep.
Does that include the bay?
My assumption is yes. Yep. And whether that is usable space or not is for people then to have a discussion.
Can you get a chair in there? Can you, you know, so we'll have
well,
to
I think
ruminate.
traditionally you'd put, well, as a bedroom, you'd put things like a dressing table there and chair or stool.
Might
but
reasonably have the rest of the house to be available to you.
Okay. I have a question, which is the other bedroom, above it, bedroom 4, is slightly bigger at 11 metres, but it's got that little hallway, which doesn't appear to me, are we counting that as usable space?
So it's counted within the measurements. If you were to take that away, the bedroom would measure up 9.36 metres squared. It's sort of discretion of the committee as to whether you could consider that area usable space or not.
And Ed, if you put a double bed in there, because that's what people do, if you put it north-south, does it cover part of the window? Or if you put it east-west, can you get past it?
I'll have to do some measuring on that, councillor, and get back to you.
Okay. Okay. Other questions, colleagues? No? Okay. So, comments. Councillor Dorrington.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, looking through everything that's been put before us, I believe that this application states that through good design, we can indeed meet the criterias. I know a lot of the room sizes are touch and go. However, looking at the design of the property, it does look like that would actually mean that everybody has got usable and habitable space and could live comfortably there. Also, looking at where the property is situated, I believe it's quite an adequate area, and there does seem to be sufficient room to take more residents of that amount on the existing infrastructure. Also, looking at the drainage plans which are provided, thank you very much for providing those. However, it does look like the system is large enough to take it, with there being 150mm pipe running along the back of the property, then falling into a 225 pipe, which then goes back into a 450mm main coming down the side. So I don't really see any way in which we could have any objections with regards to any of those points. So taking all that into account, I think I would like to support this particular proposal.
Councillor Anthony, are you proposing the officer recommendations?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And we'll have to look to see if you have a seconder. Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. So first comment is that it's never a done deal at the committee. That was part of the deputation we heard, and it's never a done deal. I take a different view. I would like to move a motion to refuse on the grounds of usable space in bedrooms 3 and 4.
Okay. No, I'm looking for seconders for different proposals. So Councillor Candlish is indicating...
Councillor Candlish is on the table in prepare to support Councillor Dorrington.
Okay. Councillor Mason, you were indicating?
I was indicating that I would also second Councillor Dorrington.
Okay.
And very much on the same grounds that what I suspect are genuine, being 1936 inch drains running into a 10-inch main, the runs are not very long. I cannot see that this would produce major problems.
Okay. I have to say, looking at the design of the drainage solution here, with the previous application, we had photographic evidence of something that had gone wrong very specifically there. Here, we've got a drainage plan that looks as if it's worked, as Councillor Swan has said, for almost 100 years. So that it doesn't seem to me to, that seems to me to be different. I do have a concern about the usable space in the rooms, particularly bedroom 4, so I'm happy to second Councillor Atwell's proposal, but Ed, any more information?
With regards to your double bed question, if you were to put a double bed north to south in the sort of top left of bedroom 4, it would stop just before the window, so you would still have clear access to the window.
And if you turned it round by 90 degrees, can you get past it?
You wouldn't be able
Yeah,
to
probably, yes.
Sorry, if you turned it around by
90 degrees, so it went east-west, could you walk past the feet?
Where would you be putting the bed, sorry?
In the middle of the room, going
in the middle, okay.
So that you can get out on both sides.
Yes, just about.
Okay.
There'd be about
Chair,
25 centimetres.
Hold on, Mr. Cantlish. A little patience. Ed, have you finished?
Sorry, yeah, there'd be about 25, 30 centimetres to move
how
around
many?
the bed.
How many centimetres?
About 25 or 30.
25, so that's just under a foot in real money. Okay, all right. Mr. Candlish, Councillor Candlish.
I'm concerned that we're starting to design the rooms and how people use their rooms. This is a one-person approval. They may choose to put a double bed in there. They may choose to put a queen-sized double bed in there. In my younger days, I managed quite adequately with a single bed. And my life was quite complete, and I'm still married to my wife. So I would say that I think this room offers reasonable living accommodation for the price bracket, and there are people who need that. I am therefore willing to support it.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, ladies and gentlemen? No. Then the first proposal that was put and seconded was from Councillor Dorrington to accept the officer's recommendation. Can I see those in favour? Please show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those against, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4. Therefore, planning permission is granted. Okay, thank you very much indeed. My question, colleagues, and to the neighbours, is in terms of the tree in the back garden, do we need to be looking at a tree preservation order, particularly to be thinking about the roots of those trees if work's going to happen? To have a TPO, I don't. If we could we ask the tree officer to have a look at that tree, and whether it needs a TPO?
Yes, we can do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go and ask the tree officer to have a look.
We will do that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's just coming up. It's 5 minutes to 2.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Again, I don't know what's happened to me today. I can't stop talking. Chair, I wonder if we might consider a guillotine today. I think things will speed up, but I don't want to be here after 4 o'clock.
Okay, let's have a thought. But, ladies and gentlemen, can I suggest a 20-minute comfort break and to be back here by 2:15? Would that be acceptable? Yeah, lovely. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back at 2:15. Is that the late Councillor Mason? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move along. 208 Chichester Road. Edward and Edward.
Thank you, Councillor. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. So, 24... Right, are we good to go? Yes, thank you. Okay, so application reference 2400318 at 208 Chichester Road is again a C3 to 7 bed, 7 person HMO. Apologies, I haven't been pointing out, as I should have done, the updates in SMAT. One further objection received as set out in your SMAT report on page 3, not covering any new points and no change to the officer recommendation. Application before committee due to 10 objections and a representation from Councillor Swan. It is a 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling located on the southern side of Chichester Road. If I get the pointer working. Difficult to see on my screen, but hopefully that's clear enough on yours. So it's there, and on aerial view is shown there. In street view is the one highlighted with the red arrow. There, set back from the highway by a small front garden and has a fair-sized rear garden. It's within a predominantly residential area with similar terrace properties. As I say, the proposal is for a 7-bed, 7-person HMO with accommodation laid out on 3 floors, 2 bedrooms on the ground floor, 3 bedrooms on the first floor, and 2 bedrooms within the roof. Extensions and alterations to be carried out under permitted development rights, including rear dormer and rear extension, a rear dormer and roof lights to the front roof slope, not included as part of this application, nor should they be considered as such. Planning history granted earlier this year for prior approval, not required for a single-storey rear extension extending 6 metres beyond the rear wall. In terms of saturation, based on information held by the council, within a 50-metre radius of the site, there are 56 properties, 2 of which have been identified as HMOs in lawful use. So the current percentage is 3.6. With the addition of this one, it would increase that to 5.4, which is still below the 10% as set out in the SPD. Moving on to the layout of the accommodation, that shows the existing floor plans, existing elevations, proposed floor plans, and I will ask my colleague just to check that the bedroom numbers on the plans correspond with the bedroom numbers in the table. If you wouldn't mind, Ed. Sure. Thanks. Essentially all rooms, single occupancy, and all with ensuite facilities, and all over 10 square metres, with a communal space of over 22.5 square metres. Those are the proposed elevations, and some photographs of the rear of the property showing the garden and the rear extension. And I've just had it confirmed that the room numbers in your table on page 55 correspond with the room numbers on the plans. Thank you.
Okay, we now have deputations from 2 colleagues, from the agent and from Councillor Swan, as Councillor Dent has had to leave.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I just want to clear up a misunderstanding from my last deputation when I made a comment about Penny Mordaunt. That was not politically motivated whatsoever. Just wanted to make that clear. If anyone in here can carry a sword for that long wearing heels, I'll be your fan too. We'll crack on with...
She did say she had to take quite a lot of painkillers in advance to make sure she got through it.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. So this application seeks to change the use from a 3-bedroom dwelling to a 7-bedroom house in multiple occupation. It should be noted that in its existing form, the house could probably be converted into a 5-bed HMO without the need for any building works.
The building works proposed to accommodate the change of use are permitted development, as we've discussed before. And as can be expected with most of our applications, all rooms are in excess of 10 square metres, which reduces the area required for communal amenities, which nonetheless still stands at over 22.5 square metres of usable space. Also included is the additional water tank and a WC at ground floor, and the property benefits from rear access, again, which can appeal to keen cyclists. The online objections feature some names which are becoming quite familiar to us, focus on the same matters. We've already discussed it a lot today. I'm not going to reiterate it over and over again for you. As usual, there are presumptions about the occupants, and it's implicated on one objection that housing should not be available for single people who have no access to other options. And there is the talk of too many HMOs in the area, but that is a subjective opinion on what too many is. For many people, one is too many. As I mentioned before, areas of Southsea are absolutely heaving with HMOs as they came into use prior to the council putting restrictions in place. And some of those do have that classic mattress in forecourt look about them, but that's not the standards that we're promoting with our properties that we're representing. The applications we represent are taking a different approach, and hopefully one day the general presumptions will give way to reality. It's safe to say the planning officers tend to understand where we're coming from, as do members of this committee who may have visited some of the finished properties we've been involved with. The planning officer has recommended this application for approval, and we respectfully ask the committee considers the merits of the proposal and supports this fully compliant application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Swan.
Thank you. I'm objecting to this application on the basis that the proposed communal space is labelled as 22.87 metres square. As we all know, the minimum is 22.50 metres square. When all of the bedrooms is 22.50 metres square when all of the bedrooms are more than 10 metres square. However, when unusable space is taken away, this communal area is only 21.89 metres square. I've come to this figure because there are two door openings into the communal area, one from the hall into the kitchen and another from the right-hand side, which goes to the outside garden. The circulation space of the doors, taking the average door as 70 centimetres wide, is 49 centimetres square. Therefore, two doors make 0.98 centimetres square of unusable space. In Portsmouth City Council's own literature, we are supposed to be striving for better than minimum requirements anyway. There is also a bare minimum workspace each side of the hob, which is also sandwiched between two doors that open into the kitchen. If an oven is underneath the hob, which would be usual, this would be even more dangerous when getting hot food out of the oven, especially as there is so little work surface each side. On the left-hand side, after the fridge freezer, it's labelled as oven, but there is extremely little work surface next to that. If this drawing is correct, there would be two hot areas in the kitchen. There is definitely inadequate worktop space for the preparation of food, which must be 2,500 millimetres by 600 millimetres. There is, it would appear, no room for upper food storage units at all. Where 7 people are sharing, the following is required: 5 times 500 millimetre wall units with doors or equivalent. There is also inadequate room for all required base units. In addition, there is no dining table indicated, only what looks like a breakfast bar with 5 seats, which is clearly inadequate for 7 residents. If more seats were added at the end, then they would be in the way of the kitchen activities and the walkway into the patio doors. That means potentially residents on the second floor will need to be carrying hot food up 2 flights of stairs. There is what looks like a 3-seater settee on the rear right-hand side, but there is no table of any kind, as there will be no room for this. Surely all of these inadequacies indicate that the proposal should be rejected. If it's passed, the committee will be sanctioning inadequate housing and going against their own regulations.
Thank you very much indeed. Edward, there are very specific questions from Councillor Swan about the number of units that need to be in. Has people looked at that, and what's the view? Because I can see he's got a strong argument. It is it is a very small space.
It is my understanding, Councillor, that those matters will be considered under the licensing regime rather than under the planning regime, because this house would require an HMO licence.
I'm sorry, I thought we've got ideas about what we expect common areas to have.
Yes,
that fall within the planning preview.
We
Because
do.
what we're not in the business of is trying to give permission to the slums of the future.
Check what the SPD says, if you can indulge me, Councillor. Thank you.
And because my eyesight is not as good as it was, there are 3 sort of units in the kitchen on the left. Does anybody know what those 3 are? And Benedict, you might have looked in the things more detail. Do you know what those 3 are? I wonder if our colleagues from the company can tell us. If we're looking for other things. I'm presuming they're fridge freezers and stuff like that, and tumble dryers and...
They're labelled as 2 times oven and 2 fridge freezers.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. So the presumption is if they're 2 times ovens, that would be a double stack unit, and 2 fridge freezers, they would be full height, so they're not actually usable workspace.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I agree. Well, and Nick, my worry is that if you're coming through the door and somebody's either accessing an oven or a fridge, you're going to get squashed because the door opens to slam you into an open oven or into the fridge which you've opened.
Councillor, if I can just quote from the planning SPD, paragraph 2.6. All planning applications must be supported by a full set of floor plans that include details of bathroom, sanitary ware and kitchen fitments and white goods. Excuse me. Clearly identify whether rooms are intended to be single or double and show the internal measurements for each room. The guidance below is, in the SPD, is in line with the licensing guidance I've referred to, and that document sets out the requirements the landlord must meet in order to be granted a licence. So in terms of the planning standards for amenity space, this proposal satisfies that.
Okay, let's do questions first. Councillor Smythe, I see you all wishing to come in.
Well, the question is, given the 3 doors, there's a vastly less room and space, wall space and everything to provide for the numbers of cupboards that are required. I don't believe that is a matter for licensing. It's a matter for us to say that this very small kitchen isn't big enough for 7 people, because there's no putting that right once you go in for licensing. However you lay this out, you've at best got a kitchen that perhaps 4 people could share. And you've certainly got no way at all in which 7 people could eat together or eat at the same time. And normally when we see these applications, we often are delighted to see a separate laundry room, a separate study area, and this house lacks all of that. I think it's probably would be fine if it was for 6 people using the room next to the kitchen to extend that area, but it's not. That kitchen itself is minimum standard, but more especially with the doorways and the space, and especially if people have to take bicycles through that kitchen, I mean, you just couldn't even think about it. I think this is inadequate. shared space, and I'll give a comment later. Right, I'd like your comments about whether you think 7 people could eat in there without...
Sure, so it's the officer's assessment that it is an adequate space. We would advise that the lower communal area is because all the bedrooms are over 10, so
So if it's over 10, that we define that as, but then therefore you've got adequate living space within your room, but that's not cooking space. So it's the two things are separate.
With the regulations, and often a 22-metre squared area does offer you enough space for the things you need. This one doesn't, I don't think.
Okay, any other questions, colleagues? No, comments? Councillor Smythe, you said you had a comment.
I would like to propose that we reject this application.
Could you turn your microphone? Yeah, otherwise your words are lost for posterity.
I would like to propose that we reject this application because of the inadequate size and
Layout?
layout of the, well, it's the doors of the communal area.
Okay.
And, you know, for example, lack of space for, is that a room next door? I can't see. That one, is that cupboard doors or something giving into a laundry at the bottom with a little...
I think it's a tank room.
Tank room.
Mm.
Inadequate space to take
Yeah.
the basic necessities.
Yep.
Which would include a washing machine.
Yep. And a tumble dryer.
No. Washing machine, fridge, freezer.
Yep.
Adequate cooking facilities,
Yep.
oven, hobs. There just isn't enough,
No.
and preparation space. There
Yep.
just isn't enough wall space.
Okay. Okay. Any other proposals? Mr. Candish, I see you teetering.
I was trying to think of my protocols because it was a kind of a comment.
We are on comment.
And I think we're on comment, so I shall make my comment, which is we have to think about this as a committee a little bit, about how we interpret these diagrams, because it is meeting the space standards we've set. It is actually more rectangular, less narrow and rectangular than other ones that we have approved in the past. And the licensing is a factor in that, you know, for it to be usable and registered as an HMO will require its licensing. So we are speculating on the installation of these final internal pieces. So I'll be honest, I came to this one expecting to approve it.
Okay. We have currently one proposal on the table. Are there any other proposals coming forward?
Is anybody going to second it?
Mary has already seconded your proposal, so there is one proposal that is approved, which is proposed and seconded. Councillor Candish, are you teetering again?
I guess I should teeter and fall. I feel from the other ones that I've approved in the last year and a piece that I ought to approve this one, so I will propose it. I will propose the officer's recommendations.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Mason. Okay. Colleagues, the first proposal was for refusal, came from Councillor Smythe.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, given that that's moving to refuse against officer recommendation, can we just have some time to write up a reason for refusal?
Yep.
That's acceptable. Yep.
Councillor, also, could we perhaps look at deferring to redesign the layout of the kitchen, if it's only the layout of the...
Personally, I think the way...
If it's just the utilities and the worktop spaces, perhaps the agent would be open to changing it and taking it back to committee.
It's the fact that unusually it's got 3 doors, including one French door. Therefore, there isn't enough wall space, either at a high or a low level, to allow the usual range of required white goods and preparation space.
I think Ed makes a good point. Should we ask the agent, if we did defer this and you came back with a different design, it might meet our or colleagues' concerns, but it might not. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes, Chair.
The layout of the kitchen we normally put on the plans is indicative. It's more of a request from the planning department that we do that. A lot of people will just give you a list saying 2 fridge freezers and a microwave. We try and give you an idea, but it is subject to licensing requirements, but we will happily give you a different design.
Colleagues, with that proviso, what do people think about deferring to see what they come up with? Councillor Candlish?
So again, this is a point of understanding for me. If we pass this, but then it would not get licensing approval if the council licensing department said that it was inadequate. So therefore, I understood that we were overstepping our responsibilities here.
So that is a decision for us whether we so the agent has said they're happy, they would come back with a different design that might or might not meet people's concerns. That seems to me a logical thing. So I'm happy to propose deferral for to see if the applicant can come up with something that works.
I'd be happy with that, but they should consult with licensing before it all happens as well.
Yeah. Councillor Dorrington?
I would be happy to second your proposal for deferral.
Okay. So we now have 3 proposals. We have refusal, approval and deferral, and they need to be voted on in the order that they were produced, unless anybody withdraws their proposals.
A slight correction there procedurally, Chair. The deferral motion is not a substantive motion, so it rises to the top of the order, so you take that first.
As always, the cream rises to the top.
I'm happy to withdraw my...
Okay, well, let's see.
I was also...
If the cream rises to the top and deferral... So can we see those in favour of deferral to ask the applicant to come back? And those against? And those abstaining? Okay, we've deferred that and asked the agent to see if they can come up with a workable scheme. Colleagues, just remember that when this comes back, that's the only bit we look at. We don't go back across everything else. We've raised an area of concern, and that area of concern is what we've asked them to come up and look at. The rest of it, we assume we're happy with. Okay? All right. Councillor Adair, welcome. Item 5, Spenlow Close, number 25.
Thank you, Chair.
No, hold on,
Sorry.
hold on. You are, as Lee often tells you. So.
Thank you, councillors. Right. Application 2400152, 25 Spenlow Close. This is a change of use from a dwelling to either a dwelling or a C4, a sort of flexi permission. Before you, following a call-in request by Councillor Hunt, the application relates to a 3-storey mid-terrace dwelling house in Spenlow Close, as highlighted. My pointer to work here. It's set back from the road by a small and in aerial view over here. In street view, it's the one highlighted by the red arrow. Set back from the road by a small front forecourt, and to the rear by an enclosed garden. It's in a residential area comprised of terraces of 2- and 3-storey dwellings. Spenlow Close itself was constructed, I'm advised, as part of the Buckland redevelopment in the early 70s. Looking at the saturation diagram, there are 65 properties within the 50-metre radius, and there are 3 confirmed HMOs at 15 Spenlow Close and 26 and 28 Steerforth Close. This is based on the best available data that the council has. So no additional HMOs have been identified. So the proposal would bring the percentage to 6.1%, which is below the 10% threshold, above which an area is considered to be imbalanced and in conflict with policy PCS 20. Looking at the layout of the accommodation, so that's the existing and proposed elevations, no changes proposed to the elevations or to the floor plans. As shown on the plans here, highlighted in yellow, so bedroom 3 is shown to be single occupancy. Bedrooms 1 and 2 on the second floor are shown to be dual occupancy rooms. A living room on, being a terrace house, it has, you come in through the front door, you have an attached integral garage, I should say, with a kitchen dining room at the rear of the property, stairs to first floor leading to a living room at the rear to be retained as a living room and a bedroom to the front, and then stairs up to the second floor to 2 bedrooms. All the rooms accord with the standards as set out in the SPD. As I said, it's a committee at the request of Councillor Hunt. The requisite publicity was carried out, and one letter of representation was received raising an issue about parking. The material planning considerations are set out in the report on pages 64 through to through to 70, and the officer recommendation is that, having regard to all the relevant material considerations, is to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Adair, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hunt has asked this application to be determined by the Planning Committee, as he can't be here in person due to work commitments. I am therefore making this deputation for both of us. Spenlow Close is not a part of the city where you often have to consider HMO applications. We would like to draw your attention to the highway engineer's comments that Spenlow Close is a residential road with limited on-street parking. The unavoidable fact is that on-street parking in this vicinity is very competitive. Indeed, on the 45-degree corner where Spenlow and Steerforth meet, vans and cars regularly park half on the pavement and half on the road, therefore blocking the view to drivers negotiating the 2 bends. The report also states that 3 to 6 persons living in a house would be no different to a large family. But this is not quite correct, as few families these days are made up of 6 adults. If you are minded to grant this planning permission, then once again we ask that you reconsider the parking standards, as this application could easily bring 6 more vehicles to a street where, as the highway engineer says, has limited parking on street. Due to the adverse impact on the street parking as an HMO, we ask that you reject this application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, colleagues, questions? Councillor Mason.
Looking at the plans which we have for proposed floor space and the standard of accommodation documentation, we have a bathroom on the first floor. I can see a toilet and a hand basin, but I can't see a bathroom on the first floor. Is there one?
The bath is on the second floor. I think that is
Well, there was a bathroom there, but that would be one bath at the top of the house for the whole.
Yes, for all
set of
5 people.
people.
For all 5
And
people.
we do have a statement, room, bathroom 1, first floor, 3.36 metres squared. But I don't see a bath there.
It may be a slight misnomer. Okay. Edward and Edward, do we have an answer to Councillor Mason and his missing bath?
That would certainly appear on inspection to be the case, Councillor, that it's simply showing a toilet and a wash-hand basin.
So does that have a different name then? Or is it a
Toilet
WC?
WC, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
It's a common garden WC, it is not a bathroom.
It is indeed. Okay. On a procedural thing, I thought these plans are at the size that really work, and the other ones have been very small. Okay. Any other questions? No comments? Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Valley, seconding that. Colleagues, in terms of planning policy, I can't see a reason for this to be turned down that I can see that would survive an appeal. Councillor Smythe.
I was going to just ask a question about standards. If there is only a WC there, and the bathroom at the top floor, and there are 6 people living here...
5. One of the rooms is single
although
occupancy.
it says later in the report it's going to be 6. Is that sufficient in terms of ablutions?
So on the plans it shows occupancy for 5, so 2 dual occupancy rooms and 1 single occupancy room.
Yes, but later on it says 3 to 6 is what the planning application is about.
Yeah, so 3 to 6 is for class C4, but this is specifically for 5. So for 5 persons, we would require 1 bathroom and a separate WC and hand wash basin.
So we need to limit it to occupancy by 5.
That would be
rather
reasonable
than
in this
6,
instance, yeah.
because otherwise the ablutions are not a high standard, Chair.
Okay.
And is the cycle storage?
There is a garage.
The garage, okay. So that, I think it that needs possibly to be referenced. In which case that's fine, but we can't let it slip through for 6.
No, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Atwell, as the proposal, are you happy to have a condition limiting it to 5 persons?
No.
Edward, of course.
Just to confirm those points made by Councillor Smythe, that there is an occupancy condition, condition 4, on page 71 of your agenda papers. Proposed HMO hereby approved shall only be... Yes. Yeah. And similarly, condition 3 is requiring cycle storage.
Okay. Okay, we have a proposal. Can I see those in favour? Please show. And those against? And those abstaining? Okay, so that gets planning permission. Thank you very much indeed. We now move on to application 6, 13 Belgravia Road. Okay, so... Yeah, absolutely far away.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. So, application 240037 at 13 Belgravia Road is a change of use from a C3 to a 7-bed, 7-person house in multiple occupation before planning committee due to 12 objections, including from Councillor Swan and Penny Mordaunt. The property in question is located on the west side of Belgravia Road, as shown by the red line and my pointer. In aerial view, it's the one with the red teardrop on it, and in street view, unfortunately difficult to ascertain which one it actually is, but they're pretty identical, the properties along there. The proposed accommodation comprises 2 bedrooms on the ground floor, 3 bedrooms on the first floor and 2 bedrooms within the roof. Yes, sorry, Councillor. In terms of the saturation, I should have pointed that out first. There are 80 properties within the 50-metre radius. one has been identified as an HMO in lawful use. So the addition of this one would bring the percentage up to 2.5%, which is obviously below the 10. Moving on to the accommodation within the building, those are the existing plans and those are the proposed plans.
Edward, if this comes back next time and they're this size, I'll say we shouldn't look at this.
Yep.
It's tiny.
On that, would it be useful to have plans at, say, A3 size within, or A4 size within the agenda papers?
And also
or
on the
just
paper.
make the whole blue area.
On the
Yes.
paper. So I'm sure you'll find a way of getting something.
We can improve the presentation for you. Definitely do that. Yeah. Because whilst it may look acceptable on a laptop screen, yes, I agree. It's
little use to man the beast.
It's not great on that big screen, is it?
Or on the paperwork.
So the proposed accommodation complies with the adopted space standards as set out on page 79. All habitable rooms have good access to natural light and a rear garden. It will also provide amenity space for the residents. In this case, all but 2 bedrooms have ensuite facilities. It does provide a suitable arrangement of sanitary facilities, with bedroom 4 and 5 sharing a shower, bathroom. In all other respects, all the material considerations are set out in the report, and the officer conclusion is that planning permission should be granted. Thank you.
So, did we, Christopher, hold on? We have a deputation. As a former chair, you are. So we have one deputation from the agent.
Thank you. This application for the conversion to a 7-bed HMO complies with all the standards and criteria set by local and national government. Permitted development and prior approval are within everyone's rights to make use of, regardless of the use of the house or the size of it. The idea is that it increases the residential floor space. We had a feeling there would be a question about usable space in the communal area, so we did address this prior to the meeting. I believe this is referred to in the supplementary matters. We indicated the space within the kitchen, excluding the corridor area, which might be deemed to be unusable, to show that it still exceeds the expected standard. We tend to not, well, actually not tend, we just don't submit plans who do not meet the requirements of all departments, and if there is any query or doubt raised, we'll try and to discuss them with the relevant party and address as necessary. There's been plenty of objections to this again, but we are seeing the same names and the same comments and the common subjects which we've already discussed. There appears to be a little bit of copying and pasting on this particular one, with certain persons targeting any applications relating to HMOs. And it's the same comments that are bumping up the numbers and making sure it comes into the committee. There are general concerns and there are material planning considerations, and that's down to the planning department and this committee to determine where those matters meet. Given that a lot of concerns are presumptions or matters might need to be addressed at a completely different agenda, we ask that the planning merits, as laid out in the officer's recommendation, are fully supported for this fully compliant application.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. Can we grab the floor plans, proposed floor plans? So, yeah, unsurprisingly, usable space, proposed first floor.
I took that opportunity just to resize the floor plan slide. I hope it's now a bit clearer for you all. Bear with me. Councillor, sorry, your question.
So first floor, the one at the back of the house, I'm going to go for back. Which number's that? I still can't.
This one here, first floor.
Yeah.
Bedroom 5. 10.8 square metres.
The sort of corridory bit, I wouldn't consider usable. Oh, it's there. Sorry, no, that's the door.
The door
okay.
is the door is there.
Yeah.
So, because it's got a bathroom that's shared, it's not an ensuite.
No, that's not going to knock it down. Okay, all right, thank you.
And Councillor Atwell, I had a concern about the one next door, the middle one, because there's that bit behind the door there, and that is only, bedroom 4, only 10.14.
Is that 4?
That's bedroom 4, and I'm not sure that that is, the stuff behind the door is real usable space. And it's only 14 square centimetres above the limit. Councillor Dorrington.
Thank you, Chair. I've also got a slight concern over bedroom number 2, which is the back bedroom on the ground floor.
Yeah.
It looks as though we've got a door opening into the room, and then we've got an external door as well.
Yeah.
Meaning that by the time you take the bathroom door out of it, you've in essence got one complete wall of unusable space, therefore greatly reducing the usage of the room and where you can put stuff.
Yeah. And also because the extension is so long, the only access to light is through that door stroke window, and it's got the huge, very, very long return now, and there's a house next door to it, so the ability to get any light into that that ground floor back bedroom, I think would not be great. If you'd be living in semi-indirect shade all the time. Mr. Dorrington, Councillor Dorrington.
Also, I'm not quite sure where the discrepancy is, but there seems to be a discrepancy between the external wall, between the external door that we're speaking about and the ensuite bathroom downstairs, and the external wall upstairs. The pair don't line up. So I'm not quite sure whether that is a true representation of how wide that access will actually be down the side.
Yeah, because there's a wiggle on the ground floor which is not replicated on the first floor. Councillor Candlish.
So we're finding quite a lot to dislike on this proposal. I'm glad the agent provided the SMAT, because I was going to challenge the usability of the long, thin, combined area, which is only slightly over our standard guide. And I was wondering if there was some help to understand the actual width of that room. So in this one, we have no furniture has been placed in the room as a visual guide, but to me, this one, in contrast to the last one, looks long and thin, and therefore very difficult to use. Yeah. So, sorry, my question, how wide is that room?
I've just measured it at 2.348 metres.
So 7 foot.
If I can ask a supplementary, as it's the same question.
Yeah, of course.
I was going to ask exactly the same question, but I wanted to just see if you thought a small table that would seat 6 or 7 people could be fitted in there.
In a 7 foot wide place, probably, but it might be quite a small table. But Edward, your views on furniture?
Again, yeah, I think the design and the placement of furniture is probably a bit out of what we can consider, but generally we've seen applications approved for similar sized communal areas, and generally licensing are happy with this sort of size. So,
okay.
Sorry, could you answer the question about a table, please?
I think he's saying he can't. It's down to us to visualise. They're not going to give a professional view on that. Councillor Dorrington.
I've also got another concern about the bedroom at the top back.
Yeah.
It's quite a narrow room, and the window in the dormer does seem incredibly small. Will that let sufficient light in for that to be a comfortable space to spend time in?
There's the window in the dormer, where my pointer is. Looking at, there would appear to be a discrepancy in the plan actually, because I think the window is more centrally placed within that rear wall than is shown on the plans. I'm thinking that, as you've raised various other concerns regarding discrepancy in the side wall, for example, there.
I think that's correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, because it's a dual aspect dormer, it's sort of an L shape.
No, on the ground floor.
Yeah, ground floor, Ed, there is a discrepancy. The second bed, the rear of the bedrooms, the wall there has a wiggle in it that's not replicated on the first floor, which might mean there's a wall sitting on nothing, which seems unusual. So, Edward, you were going to come up with a suggestion.
Potentially could warrant another deferral to allow.
Yeah. Colleagues, do you think it's a good idea to see if we can get some
plans.
more detail of all these questions and see if we can have those addressed?
Chair, I have one more comment to add. If we're moving towards a deferral, I think the point you raised about light into that, or whoever did, into that bottom bedroom should be considered.
Yeah.
And in previous times, the comment passed that the committee has been positively impressed when a large window element was included in that. Because we don't know whether it's a solid door, or with a little window in, or whatever.
Okay.
Did the planning officers get the comment?
I retract that comment. If we've looked at the plans in more detail, and that kink, as it's described on the ground floor, is in fact accurate and represents a previously filled up doorway.
Okay. So the officers are now not suggesting a deferral. So the options that we have is say yes, say no, or to defer. Who would like to make a proposal? In which case, I'm happy to make a proposal that we say no on the basis that the room size in the middle bedroom on the ground on the first floor is not is below the 10-metre usable space, and concern about lack of light or loss of light in the back bedroom on the ground floor. And what else did we have? And the kitchen with usable space with the corridor is with full. But if I think it's the link. If we feel that a bedroom is too small, therefore then the communal space needs to be bigger, and therefore that's the trigger. I don't know if I have a seconder for that, or Councillor Atwell. Are there any other proposals anybody would like to put forward? No? Okay. Can I see those in favour of refusal?
Sorry, can we just, we'll, A, give me a chance to get it written down, and then B, come up with the reasons for refusal and read them back to you.
Okay.
Yep.
Correct.
Chairman, merely for amusement while we are waiting. I'm not going to sing as you know, but page 79, we have reference to a bedroom 8.
Richard, it is now 15:15. If our next one is Fearon Road, we might not get to Angerstein, but we might get to Angerstein. It is entirely down to you, whether you want to stay and enjoy the planning committee longer or go. No, maybe I'll just shut up. The Councillor, has this increased your desire to be a member of the planning committee? Not everybody, colleagues, who's here now was at the briefing, but one of the things I suggested we might think about, not to make a decision, but to think about, is start time for this committee. I don't want to, no, it's all right, you don't need to, but just to have a think, because I think 10:30 means that people lose both a morning and an afternoon's work. Maybe an earlier start might mean, or maybe at 9:30 or a 4:30 start in the evening. But I don't want to make any decision, but can people have a think about it? And then we might do, we need to consult with Ian as head of planning as well, but about technical bits and pieces. And we might then do a doodle poll or something like that. But I think personally 10:30 is, for people who work, is a really big issue. Well, no, I think, Judith, I think we have to be inclusive in what we do. We have to realise that some people have children, and therefore 9:30 is better for the school run. Yeah, well, some of them do. Others start later. Or we have reluctant...
Wasn't it T. Dan Smith who used to start at 6:30 a.m?
Yes.
Before he went to jail?
But yes, he was marginally corrupt, wasn't he? I'm not sure we should be basing ourselves on him. Okay, Kieran, do you have words?
Ed Lee has words.
Ed.
I have bedroom 4 does not provide an adequate level of usable floor space, and there is an inadequate provision of natural light into bedroom 2. Therefore, cumulatively, the amount of communal floor space is not adequate to provide a good standard of accommodation for residents, contrary to policy PCS 23.
Okay, can I see those in favour, please show. And that inevitably is, you can't ask for anybody against, because it was everybody. So that's unanimous. Okay. Fearon Road.
you, Chair. 2400402, FUL 26 Fearon Road, change of use from a C3 dwelling to a 7-bed, 7-person HMO. Before committee, due to the number of objection comments received and a representation from Councillor Swan, the issues for consideration are set out in paragraph 1.2. The application site is a 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling on the east side of Fearon Road. Let me just grab my pointer. Yep, there we go. And in street scene is the one with the works being done to it. As I say, planning permission is being sought for the change of use to 7-bed, 7-person. With regard to the saturation, there are excuse me, there are 62 properties within a 50-metre radius, only 2 confirmed HMOs currently, and the percentage would be 3.2% if granted. With regard to the accommodation layout, that's the existing layout. Kitchen, dining room, lounge on the ground floor, 3 bedrooms on the first floor. Proposed floor plans show, and I should say that there is a there are permitted development extensions that were approved in 2022 for a 4.8 metre rear extension. So the plans show 2 bedrooms with ensuite facilities on the ground floor, a kitchen, dining room, etc. And then 3 bedrooms with ensuite shower rooms on the first floor and 2 bedrooms with ensuite shower rooms on within the roof space. No objections raised by technical consultees. As I say, 7 letters of representation from 6 addresses were received, raising the concerns set out in paragraph 4.1 on page 88. Material planning considerations comprising the principle of development, the standard of accommodation, impact on amenity of neighbours, parking, waste, the impact on this SPA, and other matters are all set out in the report on pages 88 through to 92, and the officer recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to the conditions set out on pages 92 and 93. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 deputations. First of all, from our colleague from the agent.
Thank you. Once again, we've got a fully compliant, well-designed 7-bedroom HMO offering spacious living accommodation. This property had a previously approved use for 6-person under use class C4, which was granted earlier this year. That was with another agent. Since it's come to us, we've made some changes to the layout to provide an extremely spacious communal area, far in excess of the minimum requirements for the proposed 7 occupants. The layout has been designed to make efficient use of the available space, also incorporating a dormer window to the rear, which falls under permitted development. All rooms exceed the minimum standards with the addition of an ensuite, and the generous communal area more than exceeds the expected standard. All works will be carried out by professionals, and all finishes will be to a high standard. There's also rear access to this property for ease of cycle storage. The objections to this application, it's what I'm starting to call our serial objectors. We found their names on every live application for HMOs in Portsmouth. 2 of them did come from the same address, and the final one came on made a 23rd from a councillor, which I believe triggered it to be brought before this committee after meeting the threshold. There was a comment on that we should be providing a full traffic report, which seems to be a bit over the top for this application, and I don't know whether that would actually meet the test for planning conditions. I've already mentioned before the traffic situations in cities, including Portsmouth, is out of control, and if they all happen to have a car, then they're already driving around the area looking for somewhere to park as well as everybody else. And it's likely that many objectors to these applications have probably got more than one car in their household. We have attempted to speak directly with private sector housing regarding some of their recent comments. In this case, they raised an issue of fire safety, which was echoed by one of the comments. We do work with building control to make sure we meet all relevant standards, and in this instance, the means of escape is quite obviously available for their inner room, as they have a door which leads to the back garden and the rear alley. So those comments could have probably been avoided just by studying the plans properly. So sorry for sounding like a stuck record, but the officers recommended this application for approval, and we respectfully request that the committee support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Russell.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. While this is not a material consideration, it is disappointing that I'm here for 26 Fearon Road again, as it has followed the route, or should I say flaw in the system when it comes to developers achieving the sizes required to create a 7-bedroom HMO. In August 2022, an application went in for the construction of a single-storey rear extension that comes out of a maximum of 4.8 metres beyond the rear wall of the original house, with a maximum height of 2.8 and a maximum height of 2.8 to the eaves. This was approved, and then in May 23, an application went in for a C4 HMO, which only could have been achieved because of the extension. You could say at least the C4 had a 10-metre squared living room, which has now been sacrificed for a lesser experience of a shared accommodation. If approved, bedroom 6, the previous front room, now has a loud tanker next to it. Shouldn't we reassure tenants moving in there that the tanker room is at least soundproofed? However, I personally agree with the residents. This is an overdevelopment from 6 to 7 bedroom and should be refused on that. I would refuse on poor layout, especially for bedroom 6, but mostly because of bedrooms 5 and 1, as they just make the requirements, with bedroom 1 also dealing with a slant ceiling. It's a good example of how you don't design a 7-bedroom HMO, whereas the 6-bedroom HMO, which was already approved, at least provided a better experience of shared housing with a living room and larger room sizes. Even the attic room sizes were bigger, which doesn't make sense, to be honest, as it's still only 2 ensuite rooms. Might be worth looking at. This feels like a downgrade which goes against our standards. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Any questions? Councillor Mason.
Unusually, we have the kitchen and the dining area in the centre of the house. How are these lit? How are they this area ventilated? Because it looks very enclosed to me.
The kitchen dining communal area, Councillor, has French doors leading to the rear garden. The communal kitchen dining area has French doors leading to the rear garden. In terms of natural light, not shown on the plans, but I would assume the cooker would have an extraction hood over it to ventilate cooking smells. But that, looking at the plans, that is so the only natural light would be from the French doors at the rear.
Which are, of course, quite a way away from the area where you would either be cooking or eating.
Correct.
That would appear to be the case, yes.
Any other questions, gentlemen, ladies? Councillor Smythe.
This is a very quick question and it relates to back to our previous conversation. On page 85, where it says that the main issues for consideration include any other material considerations, that's probably okay. Where that list is repeated on page 88, it says any other matters raised in the representations. And we've already had a long session explaining that not everything that's raised in representations is a material planning consideration. Is there any reason for that discrepancy, and can we make sure it doesn't happen again?
So I was focusing in on a message from the applicant from the planning officer on Councillor Mason's previous question. Could you repeat your question again?
We've got the usual recitation of what we should be looking at, and at the bottom it says any other material considerations. That's probably okay because it says material. On the same list, that's usually identical in our reports, on page 88, it says any other matters raised by the representation. And we already know that quite a lot of representations that are made are not on material planning issues. Can that be resolved in the future so that they're consistent?
It will be. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? No? Any proposals and comments? Councillor Dorrington.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to raise a comment with regards to the plans provided. I think they're a very well thought out set of plans. They're very clear. We can see exactly everything that's going on and the proposed use of the space. Now, I'm not sure whether that is a compliment towards Apple Court or whether they've inherited these plans from the last architects. However, based upon what they've put here, I can't actually see any reason for refusal. So therefore, I'd like to make a motion to pass.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Not at the moment. Okay, any other proposals? Councillor Smythe.
I just want to make a comment, which is about how very dark and smoky and, you know, this communal area is. There is a table shown here for 4, that's fine, but it's going to be very, very dark and they're going to have to rely on using light all the time, I would imagine. Are we at all concerned about that?
So, well, I think it's an issue raised by Councillor Mason, but I don't have a proposal that reflects any concern. There are windows at the front and the back, but none on the sides. Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor Atwell.
Chair, if you'll indulge me, it's a question. So what's the distance from the back, from the doors at the back, to the area that people would use for cooking? What's the distance?
Councillor, from the rear doors to the cooker, which is shown on the plans, it's 7.7 metres.
That is a very long way. Sorry? About 23 feet.
Around the bend that are going to be in difficulties.
I repeat myself. Is there any other proposal? We have currently a proposal to grant planning permission proposed by Councillor Dorrington and not seconded. That is the only on the table, Councillor Atwell.
Chair, I would like to propose a motion to refuse this planning permission on the grounds of light in the communal area.
Okay. So that's PCS 23. Not. Hmm?
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Smythe.
Councillor?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Okay. Thanks so much, Councillor North, for that. Okay. Kieran, do you need to put your creative hat on?
Yes, Chair. Can you give us 3 minutes?
And counting. See, it won't be nearly as interesting in East Hampshire. Okay. Ed?
By reason of insufficient fenestration in the communal area, having regard to the shape and depth of its layout, the proposal would fail to provide adequate natural light and ventilation, and would therefore fail to provide a good standard of living contrary to policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan, and also the standard SPA reason.
And because I can't remember, who's that proposed by? Councillor Atwell, do you have a seconder? Yes, we do, Councillor North. Councillor Dorrington, you proposed acceptance. Have you had a seconder to your proposal? No. Okay, so therefore that falls. So Councillor Atwell's proposal is the one on the table. Can I see those in favour? Please show. And those against? And those abstaining? Okay, so that falls. No planning permission there. Okay. Angerstein Road. Councillor Adair took my word. I'm sorry he's gone. But just on the layout of this, the plan is a much better size. Even though it is still quite difficult to read what bedroom number it is a much better size of plan. Okay, Angerstein Road. Okay.
Thank you. Right. Application reference 240045, 9 Angerstein Road. Change of use from an HMO, property already is an HMO, to a seven-person HMO. 6 objections and a call-in from Councillor Vernon Jackson. 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling on the south side of Angerstein Road, shown here and in street scene there. In terms of saturation, there are 69 properties within the 50-metre radius. For including the application site would result in a percentage of 5.8%, which is less than the 10. You'll see from the report that there's the planning history on this site. That permission was refused for a householder extension in 2023. But planning permission was granted back in 2017 for the change of use from a dwelling to an HMO. All bedrooms have en suites and meet the required standards. That's the existing floor plans. Too small, I would agree with you. Make these bigger next time. Likewise, this slide here. Notwithstanding the quality of the plans, all the rooms comply with the council's standards for an HMO of this size. Remembering that in this case an important consideration is set out in paragraphs 511 to 517 about the other material considerations given that this house is already an existing HMO. The fallback principle as set out in the Lane decisions and the Campbell Properties decisions, and the officer position that the addition of one additional occupant is not considered to be a material change of use to the dwelling. So that, I think, clearly sets out the situation. And the officer conclusion is that the proposal is fully policy compliant, and due to the increase in one occupant does not result in a material change of use to the dwelling, and therefore planning permission is not required. And on that basis, unconditional planning permission should be granted. However, if as set out in 6.2, should committee conclude contrary to that recommendation, then you need to consider whether planning permission should be granted with conditions, and if so, what those conditions might be. And set out again in paragraph 6.2, those would be the time limit condition, approved plans, securing adequate mitigation, securing a scheme to mitigate the impact on the solar protection area, and then as set out in the SMAT, you will note that two additional conditions: implementation of the PD elements shown on the plans prior to occupation, and bicycle storage for up to 4 cycles. Thank you.
Okay. I think Richard thought we'd take longer, so he's run away. So we just have one deputation from our agent, from the agent.
Thank you. It's an application, as we know, to convert an existing 5-bedroom HMO using some permitted development rights to form a 7-bedroom HMO. As is always the case with our applications that we represent, it's fully compliant with the criteria defined by planning, licensing, building control. All bedrooms exceed 10 square metres, with the largest being over 18 square metres, and all with ensuite bathrooms. And on the ground floor is over 28 square metres of usable communal space, with adequate facilities for a good standard of living for future occupiers. The property already has permission to operate as a C4, which allows its maximum occupancy to be 6. So that is always a fallback option with the permitted development operations, making it an extremely spacious C4 dwelling. But the plans also demonstrate that as a 7-bedroom house, it's still very spacious. The additional occupant would not allow the property to be defined as a C4, but it would still pretty much be the same use of land. There were a number of objections on this. 2 of them were from local residents, and the rest were from our, as I've called them, our serial objectors. There have been comments about the answering of questions on the application form. There is one form for pretty much all types of planning applications, and some questions although they don't actually make a difference to the application. If you answer a certain way, it starts adding more questions that are completely irrelevant to what we're applying for. A lot of the questions are for much larger applications. So sometimes we just have to tick no, because otherwise we're going down a path that makes no sense. And there was also a question about why some of the plans were labelled as existing. That's because it doesn't matter if it's retrospective. The council, the planning department, want to see how it looked before any changes were made, internal or external. There was another consultation response from private sector housing, which we are attempting to discuss, because they're making comments that are not consistent or relevant to the planning application. And people will read these and jump on a bandwagon without actually understanding what is going on. As far as we're concerned, this application is fully compliant. So once again, I will draw your attention to the officer's recommendation and ask that you consider the merits of the application, taking into account the quality rather than the quantity of objections and the minor difference in the use of land, and support the recommendation of the officer. Thank you.
Okay, I think the first thing we have to do is decide if we want to decide this needs planning permission. In my view, it absolutely does. This is the planning thing. It has limited it to 6 people. They want to go above 6, therefore it is patently obvious that they need to get planning permission. Therefore, I propose they need to do so on the basis that this is an area that is very densely populated with significant problems of rubbish and parking, and therefore the addition of one more person will have an impact in the area. Secondly, Councillor Smythe. Can I see those in favour of that, please show. That is unanimous. Okay. Colleagues, questions on the application. I had one about light to the rear bedroom on the ground floor. I did. It was the kind of usual ones.
Well, you've done it now. They are rehearsed in the report in terms of what the members have previously used as reasons, so I'll take those as given.
Ground floor back bedroom, there is, in the communal room, there's an area that sort of bows out. That means there can be less light to that back bedroom, but that's an existing thing, and I don't think we can't take note of that because that's what's already there. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Mason.
Following up on your last comment, am I right in assuming that the diamond within the box is a skylight, providing extra light to that bedroom?
Yes, it is, Councillor.
Okay. No questions? Okay, I'm happy to... Sorry.
How does the skylight work, given that it's on all 3 floors?
Well, it's not in the same position on all 3 floors. It goes through the roof on the first floor into the room below it. The skylight in the proposed second floor is in a slightly different area, and presumably directly into that upper roof.
But how does it get from this? How does the light get from the proposed first floor to the proposed ground floor? Do you have to just jump over a gap in the stairs when you're going?
No. So the stairs go. The area which has got the hatching on the proposed first floor is a roof area, and that's where the skylight is. Through that roof area into the room below. Okay.
Yep. They are 2 separate skylights.
Correct.
It can't be.
But not 3. Okay.
Yes,
I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendation that we give conditional planning permission and with the conditions as set out by Edward. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mason. Do I have another proposal?
Have we got cycle storage condition in there?
Yep. It is one of the standard ones. It's one of the ones Edward read out. It's a for 4 bicycles.
So that's included in the supplementary matters report, not strictly the report.
got it,
So
got it,
yes,
thank
in terms of strictness, you're not
Okay.
offering the officer's recommendation to the rest of the committee. You're offering to grant planning permission in accordance with the conditions identified in paragraph 6.2 of the report and the supplementary matters.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I see any other proposals? No. Can I see those in favour of granting planning permission? Those against? Those abstaining? Okay, planning permission is granted. If we can move like this, shall we do Hudson Road as well? Okay. Colleagues. Page 103 of your report pack. Myself and Councillor Hugh Mason. Okay, Edward and Edward.
Thank you, Councillor. This is a 5 to 7 bed HMO, 26 Hudson Road, Portsmouth, 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling on the sort of southwest side of Hudson Road, and in street scene there. The property is also, well, as you can see there, undergoing extensions to the roof, and this is and that's been undertaken under permitted development rights, and there is also prior approval for a rear extension granted in 2023. No representations from members of the public in this case, and the application site is already in use as an HMO, as shown in this diagram, so in the saturation map here. Whilst there are currently 56 HMOs within the 50-metre radius, this is not really a consideration because the property is already an HMO, so the percentage doesn't change. With regard to the layout, the existing plans shown there, the proposed floor plans, again noting the quality of the image on the screen in front of you, and as shown on the table that straddles pages 105, 106, all rooms meet the required standards, and as with the previous application, the key consideration in this case is that it's not considered by officers to be a change that is material, requiring planning permission, having regard to the Lane and Campbell properties appeals. But if you consider that it does, then planning permission. It's recommended that planning permission be granted, subject to the usual conditions of time limit, approved plans, requiring a scheme of mitigation against the silent protection area, and implementation of the PD elements and cycle storage. Thank you.
Okay, first thing we have to do, I think, is decide if this needs planning permission. And I propose that it clearly does need planning permission for the reasons given last time.
It's paragraph 5.12 of the report, members.
Yeah. So it's absolutely clear that if the planning permission it currently has is for 6 people and there's more than 6, it is clearly demonstrable that everybody would know and understand that that means they need planning permission because it's above 6, unless you're going to build a bedroom and not occupy it. Therefore, I think it clearly needs planning permission for the reasons given on the previous application. Can I see those in favour of that? Oh, Judith has already seconded. So keep an eye out, Christopher. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mason, are you abstaining? No, sorry. You're asleep. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, so we have deputation from the agent.
Thank you. I promise this is the last you have to hear from me today. I'm sure you're all getting a bit sick of me now. So, see, we know this is here because of the blanket call-in. As far as I can tell, there was one objection on this application, although it comes from 2 miles away. I won't go into the serial objections again. Although there was concern over the accuracy of the plans, and the question was asked as to whether the completed build will be checked. The answer to that is yes. Licensing carry out a visit prior to granting a licence and will carry out completed room measurements. And to date, none of our designs, which have been built in accordance with the plans, have been subject to the refusal of a licence. This is an existing 5-bedroom HMO, and it doesn't alter the amount of HMOs in the area. We all know this part of the city has a very high density. This is partly due to the rise of the university before the Article 4 was introduced. So we can't do anything about the number of HMOs, but we can at least bring up the standard. The roof space is being extended under permitted development and the ground floor under prior approval. This facilitates the internal alterations to provide 7 spacious rooms, all with ensuite facilities for the comfortable living of future occupiers. The plans have been submitted with a sufficient level of detail just to show you how rooms are adequate in size to accommodate the furniture you expect in the bedroom. The fact we've put double beds on there is indicative, and it's not to suggest double occupancy in any way. And as I've said many times already today, we've presented an application compliant with your requirements with the provision of en-suites additional to rooms exceeding the desired standard. The communal space exceeds the minimum requirements and provides 28.87 square metres, which is reasonably excessive of the criteria. And the planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval, and I ask that you fully support the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? There are none. Comments, proposals? Councillor Mason.
This is clear. It is in an area of HMOs. I propose the officer's recommendation.
With all the attendant conditions as set out.
The attendant conditions are set out on the papers.
Okay, same to Councillor Smythe. Any other proposals? No. Can I see those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? Thank you. Colleagues, we've still got 5 minutes. Should we complete the agenda? Let's see how we get on. 38 Laburnum Grove. It's always quicker when Councillor Adair is not here. He talks so much. No, I shouldn't have said that on camera. I feel very guilty for telling me to go away. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Right. Last one on the agenda, 23-01431, 38 Laburnum Grove. This is the change of use from currently a 6-bed, I believe, to an 8-bed HMO. 2-storey mid-terrace property located on the southern side of Laburnum Grove, as you can see on screen in front of you. Set back from the highway by a small front garden and has a rear sort of courtyard garden as well, as far as I can see. The application site is already in lawful use as an HMO, and the application will be made to recognise the intention to increase its occupation by 2 occupants. It's not considered on its merits to impact on the balance of the community of the area. There are currently, including the application site, 3 HMOs out of 57 properties, a percentage of 5.3%. This proposal would obviously have no effect on that percentage, nor does it result in any sandwiching or effect to which would render it unsuitable. The consultation responses and set out in the report, the two representations are received commenting on parking and infrastructure, including sewerage. Principle of development. With regard to paragraph 5.6, I'd just draw your attention to that, if I may, on page 115. The proposal results in an internal layout that meets the space standards, but private sector housing have raised concerns around the level and outlook for room 2, but this room does benefit from full height French doors, which would increase the level of light to that room. Notwithstanding the issues raised by that, officers would propose that because there is no material change of use in officers' opinion from the addition of a further 2 occupiers, that this should not really be considered as part of the application. Having said that, obviously, as with the previous 2 applications, officers' view is that this doesn't need planning permission. And having regard to the Campbell Properties and Lane appeal decisions, but obviously in your gift to consider otherwise, and if planning permission, if it does require planning permission, then to grant it unconditionally. And again, you may wish to consider that it does need conditions, in which case the standard conditions are listed in paragraph 6.2 of your officer report. On that basis, the officer recommendation is to grant unconditional permission. Thank you.
First thing we've got to do is decide if this needs planning permission, and I propose that it does need planning permission because it's going above above 6 people. So that would be the initial thing that we need to do for the usual reasons.
Seconded, Chair.
Can I see those in favour of requiring planning permission, please show. That's unanimous. Okay, questions, colleagues. The question I have is, I can't see how, and I can't see because the writing is so small, what number things are. On the ground floor, the middle bedroom, I can't see where it gets any natural light.
There appears to be a sort of light well. It's labelled as courtyard, but that seems to be serving as a light well for both the kitchen and bedroom 2.
Okay. And then the other natural light into the kitchen communal room is from the French windows at the back of the property.
Yeah, that's correct.
And
It's also labelled as obscure glass on the window that's served by the courtyard that we just mentioned.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Councillor Dorrington?
It's more a consideration with regards to the internal courtyard, and I don't know whether that is part of the existing plan or whether that's part of the proposed plan, because it's not quite clear what's already in place and what we're actually looking at. However, my only concern with that area would be provisions to be made for rainwater, so to make sure it doesn't flood and become a real damp spot in the back of that small corner.
Yeah, so it is shown as existing on the existing plans, and the rainwater runoff would be a building control issue anyway.
So Ed, if that's existing, is the existing room which has got the circular table, and is that there as well?
Yeah, the one with the circular table is existing. That's already the kitchen, but the bedroom that's served by that courtyard is a living room on the existing plans.
Okay. I have to say I don't think it's appropriate as a bedroom. Just to have that light come in that direction, but other people may have different views. Anyway, Councillor Mason.
Thinking about light, am I correct that the kitchen area is supplied by roof lights, which we see to the right of the proposed first floor diagram.
Yes.
And so that would actually provide additional light, and would that also help lighting the courtyard area?
Hugh, I doubt that getting light to go down and then across and through another window to light that courtyard and therefore be able to light that other bedroom, I think is pushing it.
But yeah, there are 2 roof lights on the single-storey side extension, and yeah, that abuts the courtyard, so it's only a single story next to that courtyard.
Councillor Smythe, sorry.
Question, did I hear right that the licensing have got a problem with one of these rooms?
It's that room.
It's that room.
They've raised concerns about that room.
I mean, I think that's useful intelligence for us. And
Yeah, I agree.
It absolutely, I would agree with them, actually.
So, on that basis, I don't know how you frame a refusal, but I think that to have a room like that lit in that way, I think is just not right. And because it's changing from a living room into a bedroom, but a bedroom where they've got a smaller amount of communal space than would normally be asked for, because they've got bedrooms all of a certain size, I think it compounds it to mean that they're expected to live in that room, not just be a bedroom. Yes, I agree. I'm not trying to be... So, I don't know in terms of how we're going to frame this, Ed, but my proposal would be that we say no because of the issues of lack of light, lack of natural light to that bedroom. And ventilation. Okay.
I would say that room is served by full height French doors. So
into a tiny
courtyard. No, I'm noting your concerns about light, but I'm just querying the ventilation point.
Yeah.
Possibly, Chairman, that would make it worse in that you would have to open the doors in all weathers to get ventilation.
Sharing the ventilation with the kitchen and, you know, have sort of cooking smells coming into your room.
Which in some cases would be lovely. But knowing some cooks, not as good. So I'm sorry, I'm going to propose that we say no on that basis. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Smythe. Are there any other proposals? No. Do you need a moment? Edward?
I have, by reason of insufficient fenestration serving bedroom 2, having regard to the French doors opening into an extremely restricted courtyard, the proposal would fail to provide adequate natural light and would therefore fail to provide a good standard of living contrary to policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan.
No, the suggestion is that ventilation is not a good reason because it's a French window and therefore it's got lots of ventilation. Okay. Do you want to add ventilation? Okay, fine. People want to add ventilation. Just could we add that word ventilation, Ed? Thanks.
Chair, if I may. On that basis, the first use of the words insufficient to describe fenestration, I would suggest just use inadequate rather than insufficient.
Okay. It's always useful to have a lawyer in the building. So inadequate is let's listen to the advice sometimes. Okay. Okay. Can I see those in favour of that? Please show. That's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your time today. I'm sorry it went slowly. And can we record